take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Rachel with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Go to jail, go to jail. Go to jail, go to jail. Go to jail, go to jail. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Don't collect that 200s, take your ass straight to jail. Gavel hit, case closed, now the truth done set sail. Take it to trial in the building, baby, straight to jail. Pulled up in court, yeah, the facts on deck. No filter, no fluff, we just call what's next. If the lies don't match and the stories derail, pack it on up, baby, straight to jail. Judge on the bench, whole chat going wild. Sweet Pea on the mic like, hold up, that's foul. You be the judge, but the evidence loud. When the verdict come back, we don't do no soft crowd. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Don't collect the 200s, take your ass straight to jail. No pass, go, no spin, no magical fairy tale. Take it to trial, said what? Take your ass straight to jail. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. 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 Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Don't collect that 200s, take your ass straight to jail. Gavel hit, case closed, now the truth done set sail. Take it to trial in the building, baby, straight to jail. Pulled up in court, yeah, the facts on deck. No filter, no fluff, we just call what's next. If the lies don't match and the stories derail, pack it on up, baby, straight to jail. Judge on the bench, whole chat going wild. Sweet Pea on the mic like, hold up, that's foul. You be the judge, but the evidence loud. When the verdict come back, we don't do no soft crowd. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Don't collect the 200s, take your ass straight to jail. No pass, go, no spin, no magical fairy tale. Take it to trial, said what? Take your ass straight to jail. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Go to Go to jail, go to jail.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Oh, please, 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 please. Make sure you hit that like button as you came in and took your seat. How about that? How about that? And if you ever so friendly, go ahead and just share it out. I'm your girl, Sweet P. Today is Wednesday, and we are first with our Titans trial with our Blaise, Blasie, Blaise, whatever. Blah. In a minute, I'm gonna be calling them Blair. Okay. Well, we are in day 2. Yesterday was very interesting. It was definitely worth a watch, and now we are in day 2 of the state's case, and hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed, we should have boots on the ground that's going to be able to give us some type of jury makeup from our girl Leslie B. If you haven't checked her out already, I'll get one of the mods to drop her link in the chat, and I'll also put it in our description box for our creator homies, that you guys can go check out her channel and go over there and sub. Right? Awesome. Don't switch. Oh man. Hopefully everybody had a great evening. Y'all know we do have to go into our military redrum trial. Man, I promise you, like I was thinking this morning as I was preparing for our court sessions today, I said, you know what? I know we got closing arguments in the military redrum trial, and that's out of Alaska. We know that he took the stand yesterday, and I have to be honest, guys. I'm like, man, the jury probably gonna be like, we do not need to hear closing arguments, guilty. I said to myself, the jury is gonna be like, we do not need to hear closing arguments. Just give us the instructions on how to complete the verdict form, and judge, we can sit right here in the jury box and
motherfucker guilty.
And that mother guilty. Like, I don't even understand, but I guess they got to go through their whole little ring around the rosy, or whatever the case may be in regards to it. So there's that. What else we got going on? And other than that, I think that's it. Hopefully we'll get a check-in from Leslie. I'm gonna keep my emails up, or she'll just probably pop in if she's able to talk to us while she's at court, or find some information out while she's at court today for this trial. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye out on that. Let's go ahead and start with our good mornings, and then I'm gonna get us in this courtroom so we can see what we got going on today. Hey, Christine. Good morning. How are you? Hey, Victor. How are you? Lynn, you be up, boy. I don't think Lynn get no sleep. I know she at work, but I know she don't get no sleep. I tell you, she don't get no sleep. I thought she was asleep last night because I peeped in Crime Club last night. I can't tell y'all what happened in Crime Club. And if you want to know what happened in Crime Club, you have to join Crime Club. Crime Club is just like Fight Club. It's membership only. And once you get over there, what happens over there stays over there. But anywho, I went over there to Crime Club last night. And I was like, when I say Lee, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like 4 a.m, like 3 a.m. What's going on? And so I didn't say anything because I know that's the second shift. So that's typically Marilda and Martina's time. So they be running the show during that period of time. And so I was texting and chatting with them for a little while. And then Lynn popped in, talk about I'm going to bed. I said, what the fuck? Girl, if you don't go to bed. And look, first thing in the morning, she the first one in here. This is the third in here. But that is what's up. Hey, it's the Rocks. Welcome in. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hey, Marilda. Hey, Lexi. Hey, Sin. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Gabber? You said, was the wife insured as well? I'm assuming you're talking about the Alaska trial. No, I don't think, she was in the military, so it may be some military insurance, but they were only married 9 months, so I don't know how that works. If that answers your question, Victor. That case is just such a mess. Hey, Jason, good morning. How are you? Yeah, after he got on the stand yesterday, I'm like, pfft. Thank you so much, Marilda, for putting that in there. Like, I'm so over him. Like, some people just need to almost get it all the way together. Like, hey, dude, no, you're not about to sit up here. I mean, if y'all haven't looked at his testimony, like his testimony, he testified yesterday. We did stream it yesterday. It's at the end of the stream. If you want, just watch it on like maybe 1.75 and you'll probably be good. No, not 1.7. I won't understand anything, but 1.5. I'm telling you, talk about a whole. If you don't shut the fuck up, don't say nothing else, and get down. He shouldn't have been up there, and I don't know why his attorneys thought that was a good idea, but they let him do it. So, no emotion, just straight heartless. No, and I don't want to spoil it for nobody, but just no emotion. Like, yeah, I wrapped her up, put her in the garbage can. How did you put her in the garbage can? Oh, I put her down her feet first. How did you get her down her feet first? I took the right leg, and then I put the left leg in, and then I spun her, and we did the hokey pokey, and then I took her and dropped her off in the sewer. Yep, that's what I did. I just want to be truthful right now with it. What the fuck? Like, you ain't gonna cry. You ain't gonna shed a tear. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do none of that. You just gonna explain to us and clear. This is what you did. I went and picked out the sewer that I was gonna place her in at about 2:00 that day. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, go to jail, boy. Yeah, I mean, please go to jail. Don't. That's how I end up making that go to jail song. Cause I feel go to jail. Go right to jail. Don't you do nothing else. That one there. But just a recap kind of from yesterday of what we heard. I'm trying to make sure that I'm doing chapters and stuff for you guys. So if you do need to go back and look at anything when we have our long court days, I know I used to do the chapters, but then I didn't think anybody really cared about the chapters, but I'm trying to get back to doing them. So, of course, yesterday, y'all know we had our opening statements for the prosecution and the defense. We heard from a paramedic. Both of the paramedics that we heard from yesterday, both of them kind of testified how our guy, Blaise, did not want them working on the patient. They said that the scene was so chaotic, it was so unsafe that they didn't even attempt to do CPR on Jade in the house. They said they had to remove her from the home and actually get her in the ambulance before they could even start the CPR. We also heard from her stepmom, Andrea. She took the stand. We also heard from the OBGYN doctor yesterday. And boy, oh boy, did we not hear from our eye candy, Mr. Keontae. Hey, Mr. Keontae. How you doing? I'm going to Nashville. I'm trying to get me a way up there to Nashville. I need to get up there to Nashville so I can see what's going on. Up there in Nashville. Up there in Tennessee. We also heard from some officers yesterday, guys. I know one officer who met him at the hospital. He was the last officer we seen, Jared. And he actually was the first person that kind of encountered the defendant at the hospital. Also, we heard the 911 call, right? I'm almost sure we heard the 911 call. Don't quote me on that. Maybe we didn't. Hey, Free Falls, how are you? You say only the worst ones get on the stand? Oh, gosh. Well, that, I love when they take the stand, like, because it's not too often where you get a defendant that takes the stand. But I'm telling you, talk about somebody that I just wanted to, like, go up there and wring his neck. I ain't know what to do. Hey, lady. There go our roll call. There we go. Checking in. And every now and again, she may say something. If not, she'll let you know in the evening. Good night. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. So let's get into it. Intro. Y'all see me over here. I'm like I'm like really like, I'm trying. I'm really trying. I probably need somebody just to be taking notes for me. I'm gonna get this together. One way or another. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's go ahead and get in this courtroom and see what they got for us today.
You heard that back in January. Your Honor has denied that motion with, in my notes, an indication that it was something we could raise again as an objection during trial. I would just like to review our objection to what we have described as demeanor evidence, essentially evidence and argument relating to that Mr. Taylor's demeanor, his reactions in traumatic situations is evidence of guilt. It has become apparent during this trial that a part of, maybe even a significant part of the state's case is that Mr. Taylor's reaction to the situation, the contrast of his reaction to Ms. Jackson's reaction, is going to be part of their argument as evidence of guilt. It is our position that that is complex and potentially highly unreliable, and even under a 403 analysis, highly and more substantially prejudicial and probative evidence. And we would ask that further instruction of that evidence not be allowed in this case. So we'd just like to renew that objection.
Okay. Does the state have other witnesses that you think is relevant to ask them what Mr. Taylor's reaction to things were?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's that?
Well, it would be, for one, the next witness, Sergeant Smith, as...
Do you think the jury's... Do you think, asking this based on what Mr. Brandon's argument is, the state wants to argue at the end of the case that because of his reaction, he's guilty?
Your Honor, it's all part and parcel of the evidence in the case, a witness's observation of an individual.
Right. The observations is one thing, but then looking at the motion that filed previously, lack of remorse, here he effed up. I mean, is that getting into lay opinions about psychological issues? I mean, everybody concludes it by saying, that doesn't mean anything. Everybody acts differently. I just wondered about the relevancy versus the prejudice. I'm okay with demeanor. I'm just saying, you then I can't, Mr. Brand, anticipate every question they're going to ask about that. But I guess I just tell the state you've had a number of witnesses reflect that, so just don't cross convey to the jury what that supposedly means. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, let the jury step down. And who is the next witness?
Sergeant James Smith.
Just hang tight. If you need to come up and they need to take a short break. All right, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present. If you'll step up, please, sir. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sir, would you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
James Smith, James, Smith.
And by whom are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
For nearly 13 years.
What are your current duties and assignments?
I'm currently a patrol sergeant over at the East Precinct.
And how long have you been assigned to the East Precinct as a patrol sergeant?
At East Precinct, patrol sergeant, I've been there since 2025.
And during your career with the police department, what positions have you held and were been assigned to?
I have started off my career as a patrol officer, was transferred to East Investigations as a detective for precinct level, and then a detective over the Domestic Violence Division.
And how long were you a detective with the Domestic Violence Division?
3.5 years.
In the month of February, particularly February 25th, 26th, and thereafter, of the year 2023, what was your assignment?
At Domestic Violence Division.
What does that division do? what are its responsibilities?
Domestic Violence Division's primary objective is really to assist the victims through the criminal justice system or through advocacy centers with our partners in the community. As a detective, we would do preliminary investigations, any follow-up investigations to assist the victims of domestic violence incidents.
And are there other such units in the police department?
Specialized units?
Specialized units?
Yes, sir.
And does the domestic violence unit encompass dealing with homicides?
We're not the primary investigation unit that's involved in the homicides, but we do assist the homicide unit.
Now, to direct your attention to the late evening, perhaps early morning hours, February the 25th and 26th of 2023, were you assigned and were asked to respond to a call to the Vanderbilt University Emergency Department Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
You recall approximately when you were notified that your assistance was needed?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't recall the exact time I was called. I know at some point a supervisor from Domestic Violence Division contacted me between February 25th and 26th to respond out to an incident that occurred.
Was it at nighttime?
Yes, it was.
And where were you when you received the call?
I was at home.
And, pardon me, were you on call?
I was on call.
And so, did you get dressed and go to
Yes.
Vanderbilt?
Yeah. On-call status in the sense of we typically have an hour to respond from the time we're called to respond to the incident scene or wherever it could be.
And with respect to responding and having information, did you have any general information of what the call was about?
Any general information was given to me by the patrol supervisor. Initially, when I received the phone call, very basic until making contact with primary officer on scene.
And so when you arrived, you recall approximately when it was you arrived at the Vanderbilt Medical Center?
It would be sometime after 11 p.m. or 11:30 p.m. that evening.
When you arrived, were there uniformed officers of the Metropolitan Police Department present?
There was, at least I saw one. But yes.
You recall who that first officer you saw was?
It was Officer Lindsay Fish.
And was she essentially at that time in charge of the scene?
At Vanderbilt Hospital, she was on scene. She was my primary contact throughout this incident.
And were there other officers there that eventually saw him?
There were at least one that I might have seen, but I never made contact with those officers.
That's what I was going to ask. Did you ever have any
No.
interaction with anyone other than Officer Fish?
No, my primary contact was with Officer Fish.
Now, upon arriving, speaking with Officer Fish, were you directed to one or more individuals who might have information about the matter?
Yes, I was.
And when you initially arrived, did you speak to or see any physician, any doctor or nurse?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you receive information from that individual?
Yes.
And either initially or at some point did the name Jade Benning arise?
Yes, sir.
And did you initially see that individual?
I did.
And describe that to us if you could.
When I arrived, I try to make contact with the victim. At this point, the victim was on a higher level floor. She was intubated, unable to respond, unresponsive. In a room that I could observe from outside. I never actually entered the room, but I was advised by medical personnel her condition.
And by observing her, was there any reason for you to go into the room at that time or try to interview her? Was she in any condition for that?
She was.
After doing that, what was your next step?
After that, after my observation of Miss Benning, I went back downstairs. I think my first contact or person I interviewed was actually with Miss Jade Jackson. Sorry if I mispronounced her first name, but it was Miss Jackson.
Ms. Jackson. I sometimes have that same issue. Where was Miss Jackson when you first came into contact with her?
She was in the lobby area or in near the front entrance or such, basically on the first floor of Vanderbilt's medical center, basically ER area.
Just want to ask, upon seeing Miss Benning, was she anyone you had ever seen before?
Yeah,
Miss Jackson, had you ever seen her before?
yeah.
Upon initially laying eyes on her, what were your observations? Could you describe how she appeared?
Miss Jackson.
Yes, Miss Jackson.
She appeared worried, concerned. I won't say frantic or anything, but in a state where she had a friend that was in a condition that she was worried about.
Now, at that time, did you know whether or not Miss Jackson had been interviewed or spoken to by any other officer?
I don't recall if anybody actually said they spoke to her, but I think she was asked Officer Fish if she could bring her to me.
Okay. And we certainly won't go into what she told you, but did you speak with her and receive information from her?
I did.
And approximately how long was that interaction?
Can't give you the exact time, probably 20 minutes.
And based upon receiving that information from her, what did you do next?
After speaking to Miss Jackson, I asked Officer Fish where she showed me where Mr. Blaise Taylor was, and I asked if he could come back and speak with me as well.
And did you come into contact with an individual whom you learned to be Blaise Taylor?
I did.
And is that individual here in the room today?
He is.
Could you please identify or describe what he is wearing and where he is sitting?
From my point of view, he's to my right. He's in a blue suit blazer with a tie, light blue, diagonal stripes across.
All right, that's where he is identified and indicated Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Right. Where was Mr. Taylor when you first saw him?
On my first arrival, I was pointing out that he was seated near the front door, the entrance to the ER area, near the lobby.
Was there anyone with him?
No.
What, if anything, did he appear to be doing? Pardon me.
He was seated. He was on his cell phone.
Did you go over and introduce yourself?
Call if I introduced myself or if I had him, an Officer Fish, bring him to me to introduce myself.
I want to ask, you're here today in a coat and tie. Is that how you would have been, or at least casual dress that night?
Typically, our response is business casual, which I would have either a blazer or a vest to cover, which by policy is to cover our badge and gun.
The reason I ask that is, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was not.
And is there any reason for you not having one as a detective?
Typically, my thought is that we don't wear typically a body-worn camera as a detective during this time, or at that time. Because typically uniforms and body-worn cameras deter people from talking to police. In the sense, it was plain clothes, business casual, vests, identify as an officer or detective, but we usually have a audio recorder on us.
I was going to ask, do you have something though on your person to record interviews,
Yeah.
conversations,
Yes, sir. It would have been a digital audio recorder.
but no video?
No video.
So, upon your initial interaction with Mr. Taylor, what, if anything, did you do and where did you go?
We went to a private room, I believe it was held for chapel services at Vanderbilt on the first floor. It's unlocked, but we entered there and that's where I spoke to Mr. Taylor.
Now, aside from Officer Fish and Ms. Jackson, perhaps some of the medical personnel, had you spoken to anyone else prior to interviewing Mr. Taylor?
Prior to Mr. Taylor, no.
And were you, or were you not aware that there were perhaps other individuals at the location concerned about Ms. Benning?
I did.
So,
Well, there is a time, I can't recall the timeline. There were the other individuals. I did speak to, prior to Mr. Taylor, Miss Benning's stepmother, and as well as over the phone, her mother, birth mother, and maybe a brief interaction with some friends, but I don't think I actually spoke to them until after Mr. Taylor.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this question, was that interview recorded
With
with Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor, yes, it was.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that interview
Yes, I have.
with perhaps the volume enhanced somewhat?
Yes.
And have you also had an opportunity to review a transcript prepared from that recorded interview?
I did.
Or if I might ask,
All right, show that.
is that a copy of the transcript in this envelope to be passed to the witness? Sergeant Smith, if you would open the envelope and see if that contains a tag on it that would indicate
Yep.
it is,
It says Sergeant James or J. Smith, USB flash drive.
and the transcript that's been handed, have you reviewed that, and is that a fair and accurate transcription of what is on the USB?
Yes.
All right, I would move those be introduced as the next under exhibit, I believe number 9, of number 8.
Yeah, A and B.
And would ask to publish the recorded interview and with the court's permission, we have prepared hopefully sufficient copies for everyone.
All right, go ahead and pass those out here. Okay.
So we had a sidebar, as you can see. I think we had a sidebar. We got Mr. James Smith. I can't imagine there's going to be too many more witnesses before the friend gets on the stand, but because it's just like all leading into it. Like him, when did you see Miss Jackson? Miss Jackson. Let me make sure I write this down as a sidebar. Even though the jury is still in there. Okay, here they come back. It looks like
All right, go ahead. You wanted to play this now?
Yes, Your Honor, if it could be published and.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, like I said previously, if you hear something different from your recollection of what's being played, then you rely on that instead of the transcript. Okay.
Told me exactly what to do. right? And then they pretty much, since I'd say probably around like after Christmas, like January, but now like we see each other probably 2 to 3 times a week.
I heard she's pregnant.
Yes, pregnant girl, a daughter.
So basically, you're having date night. You come over there at 7.
Yes.
She's not listeners. Remember, she said that she has a phone.
Yeah, if she's got a phone, we're probably going to take it to get to that phone. So we've been dating. Started to get around August. I kind of got back together around late after Christmas, January. You just see each other maybe between 2 to 4 times a week. You're a little girl. Honestly, no issues in that sense. Alright. There was mention of vomiting.
Yes. So yeah, when she threw up, that's when I called my dad.
Okay.
That's when I realized that. She said she was feeling well, like, that's not common,
Yeah.
Whatever,
Where's she vomiting? On the bed? Like, is it, how many bedrooms are there?
No, it's just a 2-bedroom.
2-bedroom?
The other bedroom don't have a bed or anything.
Okay, so she threw up on the bed?
Yeah. Okay. So she wanted to lay down on somebody pillow.
So, she vomits on the bed, you're calling your dad, you call 911 at that point. Obviously, you guys had that chicken Alfredo at one point. Did she have anything to drink?
No, there was no alcohol in there.
Well, I guess so lemonade, Kool-Aid, water. Would there be any reason that she would try to accuse you of anything? Have you guys had any recent arguments?
Not at all. I mean, that's the one really good thing. We really don't argue. We communicate very well.
Okay.
And like we get along really well. We work together and stuff. Like, we've never, since January, we really haven't had any really disagreement conversation at all.
Okay. Did you know she called Miss Jackson?
Oh yeah, Andre. Yeah, because she wanted. Yeah, she called her. I was there. She called her, and I spoke to Andre on the phone.
Okay.
I told her that I told Andre that she wanted to come over. she got sick? Do you remember? So she wasn't feeling well. She was trying to she wanted to go down, and then she was kind of, I don't know, she was just kind of manic, panic, I don't know, she wasn't really looking at me, but she was talking to me, and then she was kind of talking to me not straight, but she just wasn't I don't know, she was just kind of I don't even know how to describe it, but she wasn't really looking this way and talking to me, and I don't know, she was trying to get to her bed because she wants to lay down. So she taking any medication? Not that I know of. I do know I've been in contact with my mom, and so my mom told me that she did test positive for COVID. Okay. When she got here, I didn't know that she had COVID. We didn't know that she had COVID. We heard that today. Gotcha. So you just found out that she had COVID and such? Yeah. I just talked to her. Really stressed. I'm just tired. It's been I really don't do well with the kind of things I'm doing. I mean, everyone has a different, when it comes to, when it comes to experiences like this, people have different reactions and stuff. So some people don't understand why people have certain reactions that, because they're just comparing to themselves. So there can be some, there's, we go through, I go through enough stuff that probably for a lot of people, trauma in the sense of what we respond to and such. But then, my reaction is because I'm used to it. It's one of these officers' reaction. We're usually calm, cool, collected in that sense. So it's just, what's that? What's your phone number? 865-773-5738. But you don't live with her? No, sir. I do not. I stay at her place. She stayed at my place. But we don't live together. Gotcha. That's what I pretty much got. But any reason you don't know anything to why she was trying to say if you were trying to harm her in any way? No, I just think so I think that Jade was kind of trying to find, I think she was kind of in shock and she was very distraught. We all happened, and I feel like she was just kind of right there at me because I was the last person with her. But I'm I did everything possible to, in this situation. I don't know how much to all the 911 help me do exactly what they tell me to do into the professional people got there. Yeah. And then when they got there, they, they told me, let them handle it because I was trying to kill her. To them. Yeah. I was just double checking. Our relationship has gotten a lot better. We pretty much decided on the name of the child and all that kind of stuff. Did you clean up or anything afterwards? No. Okay. She, after we ate, she was kind of tightening up a little bit. That's it. Okay. it's an apartment, right? Okay. Where's her drink? Or her cup?
It should be, I think she put it in, maybe.
Okay. What kind of cup was it?
Just glass,
Just a glass. Okay. Just clear glass?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I go over to her apartment and get that glass, there's nothing going to be, and I run it through her lab, there's nothing going to be in that glass?
No.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because I just have to go through everything, just make sure. Interview with Blaise Taylor, boyfriend of the victim here at Vanderbilt. Today's date is T2623. Time is 02:40 hours.
You can pass those documents back.
Sergeant Smith, course of this interview, were you and Mr. Taylor standing, sitting, since we don't have the video, I was just going to ask.
We were sitting.
And the individual who came in the room briefly,
Mm-hmm.
you said was Ms. Benning's stepmother. Would that have been Ms. Browning?
The individual that came in, that was speaking the female voice, that was actually Officer Fish.
Officer Fish. Oh. Now, with respect to this interview and police involvement,
Mm-hmm.
initially you told Mr. Taylor that you're not being treated as a suspect or anything.
Yes, sir.
And was he under arrest at that time?
No, he wasn't.
Was he in custody?
No, he wasn't.
The reason I ask that is from all of the TV shows, the first thing that happens is, oh, you have the right to remain silent. Is that required?
No, it's not.
And why not?
Typically, criminal activity is involved once you're place someone in arrest. To ask any questions involving that criminal act, you have to Mirandize them.
Was that the circumstance here?
No, it was not.
And in fact, when the interview, the discussion ended, Mr. Taylor go back to.
He was allowed
There you go.
freely to leave. He, I don't know if he remained at the hospital, but I believe I left before even he did.
Did you at any time replace him in handcuffs or have him officially detained?
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask the jury has heard this and heard some questions you asked Mr. Taylor. Were those questions as a result of your having interviewed Ms. Taylor? I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. And having information from her.
Some of the questioning to Ms. Jackson was having Mr. Taylor's second interview were towards that with hers. Yes.
Okay. In other words, questions were based on information you had.
Yeah, been provided. Yeah.
Now, one of the things you said that in asking about the glass,
Mm-hmm.
the apartment, and you said, I believe, I will go to the apartment.
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did not.
And why or why not?
So to make entry into the apartment as residential habitation, it required a search warrant. A search warrant just doesn't end at my level as a detective. I have to go through my chain of command, which involves the supervisor, which would have been the domestic violence sergeant at the time. The information that was given to me provided their statements, and I think there was additional information that we had not secured that apartment yet. Officers were not at her apartment. There was information that people had been in the apartment. And because that I relay that information to my supervisor, it has to be approved. A search warrant has to be approved by a supervisor first, which at that time, shortly after, I was told that I would not be completing a search warrant that night.
And as did you go to the apartment that night? Did you ever go to the apartment yourself?
I did not.
At some point, did the homicide unit become involved?
They did.
And what is the homicide unit? Just a brief overview. What do they do that's different from what you do?
They're a specialized unit that typically just deal with the criminal homicides, any forms, first any type of homicide, as well as any possible or potential where victim may see to perish or be deceased, that they would investigate those.
How long were you at the Vanderbilt Medical Center? We know at 2:40 a.m., 02:40 is when the interview with Mr. Taylor ended, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What, if anything, did you do after that other than inquiring about a search warrant?
I don't know. I can't recall how much longer I was there at Vanderbilt. After that, after inquiring about the search warrant, it was denied. And then likely going back to the office. Basically, there's a procedure where we type up a narrative of what happened and what we did that night, which goes through my chain of command. So it been a couple hours before I even went home.
Before you left Vanderbilt Medical Center, did one or more homicide detectives arrive?
No, they did not arrive.
So when you left, was Officer Fish still there?
I believe so.
And did you speak to Mr. Taylor again before you left that morning?
I don't recall ever.
Or have any conversation with him since then until this day?
No, I did not.
Were there any one or more other individuals that you spoke to at the hospital, if you recall? Now you told us about Miss Brown, the stepmother.
Mm-hmm. Besides Miss Brown, there were several friends that showed up. I only recall one name being Miss Lauren Weber. I briefly spoke to them, and they were she stated that she had entered that apartment prior to police securing the scene or anything.
Did you receive any items of evidence or any personal property from anyone there at the scene?
She shared a photograph.
And did you share that ultimately with part of the case file that's been provided to the
Yeah.
defense counsel?
When homicide took over the investigation, it was provided to their unit.
And if you can recall, what was the photograph of?
I can recall it appeared to be a table and had a couple glasses, cups on them.
Prior to your, essentially, case being turned over to the homicide unit, or perhaps even after it was, did you do anything else with respect to Ms. Benning at the hospital?
Yes. Once I was informed that homicide would be taking over the investigation, I was asked to assist them. This was the same day, I believe it was February 26th of 23. Same day, a couple hours after the initial response. To assist them in the investigation as they would obtain a search warrant for the residence, and I was asked to type a draft for a search warrant for blood draw from Miss Benning.
And did you do that?
I did.
And was that done and referenced with paperwork and?
Yeah. Again, with the search warrant itself, an affidavit was provided to my supervisors. The search warrant was approved. I went down to the night court to have a magistrate who granted the search warrant. From that point, I went to Vanderbilt Hospital, where Miss Benning was a medical personnel, which either the nurse or the doctor would take the vials as 2 vials for the blood draw, provide them with the search warrant. They did the blood draws. The blood draws go into a property box that gets turned into a refrigerator and a property box for preservation.
Present to observe the blood draw.
I did.
And once just to reference to 2 tubes, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And were those handed directly to you?
Yes, sir.
And was it packaged?
Yeah, I would package them, do a property sheet to turn into property, and then typically after, at some point, I was asked to do which is called search warrant return, which is basically stating a receipt of what actually I received from that search warrant was the 2 vials of blood, and then a judge had signed off that return, and then a copy of that return was given to homicide.
Is that standard operating procedure?
It is.
Mr. Court, may I ask that this group of photographs be passed over as counsel is reviewed? Sergeant Smith been handed a collection of photographs. Have you had an opportunity to review those?
I have.
And you recognize what is contained, depicted in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Or has those be introduced as Exhibit 9? Witness 1, and be published to the juries that I could ask Sergeant Smith about them?
You need the hard copies?
Well, they were ready.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, Sergeant Smith, you see on your screen, what is that a photograph of?
So it's a box that we use when we do blood draws. That's provided by usually our property or evidence room. Top that left hand corner is my name. The division I was in, or bureau, DVDs, domestic violence, and incident.
Speak up, just I know you're
yeah.
turned away
Yeah.
from me. I was going to ask the name. We got it.
Yeah. So
Bureau, division.
name, bureau, division, complaint number, or the incident number itself. This goes to our property and evidence department because it is blood. It gets the biohazard sticker on there.
Now, I don't think we've gotten to the point of asking about an incident number or complaint number.
Mhm.
What is the purpose of that, and how is that assigned to a matter?
Any call for service that we receive gets assigned a complaint or incident number. It's basically for a report that we can basically attach it to a report that we can reference the case to.
And is reports, items of evidence, things that come in, are they all theoretically placed under that same complaint number?
Yes, they are.
Now, what is this photograph of? You referenced it being a box.
So the box is used, the barcode itself, that's done by the property room. I wouldn't have done that, but the box itself is a white box that contains the 2 vials and paperwork that typically goes in with all blood draws. Majority of times you would see these, we would use these for DUI, search warrants, blood draws,
And
so the back of it is, once everything is contained inside the box, it would be sealed, those red or kind of tape, so they would seal it, and we have to notate our initials and the date that we basically had sealed it.
and it is 2/27/2023, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
What is this document?
So this is a Form 110. It is a property sheet. As you see in the top right, there's a barcode. Any property receives a barcode that basically can be categorized with our property and evidence division. The middle section would have typically the owner or victim information, basically whose property it belongs to. The last section on here shows the property being the box itself, the blood alcohol toxicology evidence collection kit, which would involve the 2 vials of blood, but it's one complete kit itself.
Okay. Under the same complaint number?
Yes, sir. So,
You referenced, I'm sorry,
Oh,
you
you're-
referenced a few
Yep.
moments ago that it's the standard one that's used for commonly DUI arrests,
yes,
and so is the form also commonly used for that?
yes.
And this form,
This form is included with the blood kit itself. Basically, as you can see, requesting individual information would be myself, incident number, date, time, or offense. If there's any charges, so who the Miss Benning's name's on there is the subject that we were drawing the blood from, her information, date was collected, time collected, and by who is done by the medical staff. Since this was not a breath alcohol result or like an actual DUI, those things are not checked or NA. And then it would be signed off by me, and since I collected it and I submitted it, I signed off as submitting evidence, and then the bottom part will be done by our crime lab.
and this photograph,
Those would be the 2 vials of blood that was drawn from Miss Benning.
the ones that were handed to you, and
Yes, by
placed
medical.
in the box
Yes.
by you.
I observed the blood draw, and then they were handed to me after they were placed. I believe there's a label, initial under, I think the properties. The first barcode itself is, I believe that's the crime lab property room, and then there was a label underneath that we put on there, or sign, so, or my name, or her information.
And just a different view of the
Yeah.
same views. Sort of a blank screen.
Oh,
And once that box is delivered to the property room, and once it delivered to the property room,
so for blood draws, typically it has to go to a refrigerated property box. There's one at our DCSO's booking. It was dropped off there. It goes into this. There's a refrigerator. There's a box. It's a locked box that we can't have access to. Only property and events have access to it. Which we drop it in, and once it's in there, it's locked up until they collect it.
and again, standard procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. After you placed it in the lockbox, did you have any other contact with that
Yeah, I did.
box, and the tubes of blood, or anything at all to do with it again?
No, sir.
No monitor. Those were exhibit, collected photos, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sure had the right number.
So, Roger, what number did you say?
No,
No,
Yeah.
and there's no letters attached to this, right?
Beg your
There's
pardon?
no letters, it's just 9 when they're gonna.
Show barcode.
Sure.
A through E or whatever they are. You have them?
But they're in that order.
You are?
Okay.
Okay.
I think I may have already done that, but that's, all questions I have.
All right, questions, and we have Mr. Taylor.
Can we have exhibits, Citizen Exhibits 9A through D, as well as Citizen Exhibit 1A and B, please? Detective James Smith, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Edward Jointer. People call me Ed. I'm going to be asking you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
If at any time you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to try to reorientate myself to some of your investigative actions. Okay?
Okay.
So, did you interview Ms. Andrea Browning before or after Mr. Taylor?
Ms. Browning, it would be before.
And I just wanted to clear that up because on the right, I thought you said you interviewed Mr. Taylor before you interviewed Mrs. Browning.
No, I think when DA asked if I interviewed anybody before, I think initially I might have said no, but then I recalled saying I spoke to her stepmother, her mother briefly on the phone, and then Miss Jackson prior to Mr. Taylor.
So, how many people did you speak to before you spoke with Mr. Taylor?
It would have been her, Miss Benning's stepmother, mother was on the phone, and Miss Jackson, besides Officer Fish and medical personnel.
And do you recall when you were speaking to Mrs. Bennett's stepmother, Mrs. Browning, that you told her that it was you all's intention to go to Miss Jade Benning's home?
I don't recall. I don't know. I don't believe I actually have a recording of that interaction, so.
Would you like a transcript of that recording? Would it aid you in your testimony today?
Yeah.
Just one second.
Now, remember you see that before it's passed.
Okay.
Okay, what is your question?
Did you have an opportunity to refresh your recollection? Or are you still looking at it?
I just got out of time looking at it.
Okay. And if you will pay special attention to page 7, second indention from the bottom.
Okay.
And now that you had an opportunity to refresh your recollection, do you recall telling Miss Benning's stepmom that you all will go to her apartment?
Based off this transcript, yeah.
I now want to turn your attention to, did you make a report in this matter?
What do you mean?
I Like a report? Did you generate like an offense report, like a supplement, like a statement?
I did not generate the actual report. The only supplement that I would have done is an email that went through up to my chain of command.
And do you recall in that email you stating that Hermitage Patrol to secure the scene of 522 Lebanon Pike?
Yes.
And that's important, correct? To secure a scene?
If there was to find any evidence.
Right. And just so the jury is clear, you talked about a search warrant.
Yes.
And you had talked about some of the protocols and procedures to secure a search warrant.
Yes.
Those same protocols and procedures does not exist to secure a scene, does it?
No.
In fact, a lot of times a patrolman will secure a scene in anticipation of a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so in your line of work, it's not uncommon for you to request a scene be secured, is it?
No.
Because you want to preserve the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And you want to avoid contamination, correct?
Correct.
And so, on direct examination, you talked about how you interviewed a Lauren Weber.
Yes.
Did you learn that Lauren Weber was a friend of Miss Nigel Jackson and Miss Benning?
Yes.
Did you also learn that Lauren Weber had entered into the apartment?
Yes.
And do you recall in that email that you sent to the state, you described the scene as contaminated?
I did.
And that's because they went into the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. Now, Detective Smith, you say you've been with the department for 13 years?
Nearly. Yes.
Yeah. Do you recognize either of these individuals that are in this photo?
I do not. I do not. I can't see their faces.
And if you observe this, you see a black strip at the top of the photo?
Yes.
And then do you see the black strip at the bottom of this photo?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be cropped to you? The photo itself?
Possibly. I don't know how it's scanned or.
But either way, you agreed with me that the scene was contaminated because they entered into the scene and removed items.
That's how I said it to my supervisor.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit 1B. What would you describe this to be right here? If you can circle that for the jury. That blue, what would you describe that?
Believed to be a comforter or blanket.
And did you learn throughout your investigation that Miss Benning had vomited on the bed?
Yeah, statements from Mr. Taylor, yes.
And you would agree with me that if there's evidence of vomit on that comforter, that is in fact evidence?
Yes.
And it would be relevant to an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And it's definitely something you would want to preserve?
Yes, sir.
Why?
If we had done a search warrant or if I had done a search warrant for the resident itself, it's basically to collect any evidence towards the allegations that have been stated, to prove if there was anything. If there's a vomit, as he said that she vomited, is basically to collect the comforter, get the vomit, run through the crime lab to see if there was anything within the vomit itself.
I want to now show you State's Exhibit number 9A.
Mm-hmm.
And you just testified that if you would have done it, you would have did it a certain way in reference to State's Exhibit 1B, correct?
Yes.
You stated that you would have followed protocols and procedures, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't have anything to do with the collection of any evidence from the home, did you?
No, sir.
Because that scene was contaminated and that wasn't a part of your duties, correct?
Well, Yeah, it seems I advised my supervisors to contaminate and search warrant was denied on my part, and then when homicide took it over, they're the ones that completed a search warrant for the residents.
And so, to my question, you didn't do anything with the evidence at the home, correct?
No, sir.
So that doesn't have anything to do with you, does it?
No, sir.
And like you stated, if that you would have been involved, you would have followed all protocols and procedures as it related to collecting the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And so now I want to turn you to what you were involved in. You did collect this blood sample.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, can you circle that orange thing right there? Can you tell us what that is?
It's a biohazard sticker.
And what does that mean?
Basically, any bodily fluids, blood that could transfer anything, basically it's a safety precaution to show that this is what's in their box.
Detective James Smith, is vomit a bodily fluid?
Yes.
Now, the date of the collection on that was February 27th.
Yes, sir.
2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you were asked to get a blood drawn on 2/27/2023 when the medical episode happened 2 days prior?
Basically, the 25th occurred, 27th or 26th occurred, go back out. I was asked to assist homicide. During that time between coming back to the office, assisting homicide, getting a search warrant, going down to night court to get with the magistrate to obtain the blood, and once I received the blood and stuff, I would only assume by the time I got the blood and turned it in, it was at that. I don't have a time. I'll have to see the form to show the time, but I believe it was at that time. It was February 27th when I turned it in.
And just so we're clear, what is the reason it was collected on the 27th and not the 25th?
Initially, how I initially responded, Vanderbilt collects their own blood. So they had their own sample, which I believe homicide had subpoenaed, did a search warrant on that. When homicide took over this initial investigation from me, they asked me to collect it, to write up a search warrant to collect her blood samples. I believe that was 26, but it was late evening by the time I was back in the office assisting them doing that search warrant, and then by the time getting the search warrant granted and going collecting it, I would assume it would be the early mornings of the 27th.
Okay. And to be clear, you were not the first officer on the scene, correct?
No, it wasn't.
There was multiple officers that was there before you, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to orientate us back to Vanderbilt. You're there and you're interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Miss Browning, Mrs. Benning's stepmother, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Miss Najee Jackson in your interviews with her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Mr. Blaise Taylor in your interview with him, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to a Lauren Weber.
Yes, sir.
Did you record your interview with Lauren Weber?
No, I did not.
Did you learn that Lauren Weber was the individual one of the individuals who went into the house after Miss Benning had a medical episode?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that best practices would suggest that you recorded that interview?
It would, but there was a brief interaction, and they briefly told me that they obviously weren't witnesses to the incident or scene, or they did not go to dinner and such, and then just stated that they had been there, had collected some personal property of Miss Benning.
Okay. Did you inventory that personal property?
No, they had handed, I believe that's what the property was handed to believe the stepmom.
Okay.
Some property was handed to support because they did not have that property.
Okay. You need a drink of water?
Yeah.
I'll take a moment. Good.
Mm-hmm.
So, you learned that Lauren Weber took some photographs or a photo.
Yeah.
Do you have that photo?
I do not.
What happened to it?
If any photo would have been handed to homicide, or it would have been on, it should have been put into our computer, or it would have been in the case file, or like I don't have it personally on me.
Do you recall how that photograph was given to you?
Recall?
Yeah.
Possibly airdrop to me.
And would it have been airdropped on your personal phone or a work phone?
Should have been a work phone.
Do you have that work phone?
I do not.
Detective Smith, is any case ever personal to you?
Personal?
Yes.
We are, object to that.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean personal?
By personal, I mean when you're working, you're operating in a professional capacity. It's not personal, it's a professional capacity.
So what is your question?
My question is, was there anything different about this case than any other case that you have conducted that would have made it personal to you?
No, sir.
Now, at some point you learned that this could have been the result of a possible poisoning or drug, correct?
Yes.
And as a law enforcement officer for the past 13 years, have you ever encountered any overdose cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware that over 3/4 of the overdose deaths in Nashville was for fentanyl in 2023?
How do we get that? Do you know any statistics on deaths in Nashville about fentanyl?
No, I don't.
He doesn't.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, when you had the opportunity to interview Mr. Taylor, you stated that you were in plain clothes,
Yes.
but he knew you was a police officer.
Yes.
And on direct examination, you asked him to step into a private room.
Yes, sir.
Did he comply with that?
Yes, sir.
Did he answer all of your questions?
Yes, he did.
At one point, he described himself as adrenaline, and you said, I can see.
Do you have a copy of the transcript that says that?
Yes, it's the one the state handed you. Did you give it back?
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
Thanks, sir. Do you happen to have the page?
Sure, let me orientate you to page 13 at the very top.
Okay.
What's your question?
Good?
Yeah.
At some point, you told Mr. Taylor that you could see that he was shocked or in shock.
All it says is I see I. So I'm not sure if it's referencing to him being shocked or what it's referencing to.
But you would agree with me that it immediately follows after he says, I just feel like I'm in shock.
It does.
And your reply is, I see.
It does follow after that and it says I see, comma, I, and then it's cut off.
want to talk to you outside of what Ms. Nigel Jackson told you. Did you find any reason why Mr. Taylor would want to be involved in any type of crime at all?
Say that again.
Objective relevance of opinion.
My question was specifically, Your Honor, about evidence. Did he find any evidence?
You already let the attorney step up.
Sidebar. I'm gonna have to make me like a little thing for sidebars. Uh-oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Right in time. Leslie B in the house. I was first in the courtroom. Say it. Would you say you been here since 8:30? Wowzers. I can only imagine. 16 jurors. Breakdown is incoming. Thank you so much, Leslie.
Attorney, do you still have a copy of the transcript?
Yes, sir.
I want to orientate you to page 14, line 9.
Yes, sir.
You stated there about the importance of doing due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
That's important in every criminal case, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's certainly important in this. No further questions.
Who's the next one?
Next witness is Jennifer Barrett. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Barrett. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Jennifer Barrett,
And Ms. Barrett, where are you employed?
the Department of Emergency Communications.
What is your position at the Department of Emergency Communications?
I'm the custodian of records.
And can you describe, as part of your duties, does that involve any calls to 911 or police dispatch?
Yes, both.
And can you describe, when someone places a 911 call, what type of records are generated by the Department of Emergency Communications?
Well, when the phone call is taken, the call taker will create a CAD report, is what we call it, with all the information in there.
And that information that would go into a CAD report, is that information inputted by the person who's answering the 911 call?
Yes,
And is it based off of the dispatcher's conversation on the phone with whoever's called into 911?
yes, they get the information from the caller.
And are those calls recorded?
Yes,
And are they specific to a timestamp where that is recorded as part of the call?
yes,
And anything in the CAD report that is different than what's in the actual audio of the call, would the audio be what you would rely on?
Yes,
Versus anything that's a typed note?
yes.
Did you specifically review the Department of Emergency Communication records for any calls placed to 911 specific to this particular case?
Yes,
And specifically, did you pull and review a phone call made at 29, 38, and 58 seconds on February 25th of 2023?
yes,
And I have that audio on a thumb drive, if I can ask if that be handed to this witness, along with a copy of the transcript. Do you have anything extra? Ms. Barrett, did you actually review that 911 audio?
I listened to it, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to admit the audio on the thumb drive as well as the transcript. And I should have 7 copies and 2 stacks.
Okay, exhibit 10. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the audio will be, both exhibits, the transcripts to assist you. If there's any differences in the two, you have to rely on what you recall hearing.
May I have the actual thumb drive? For some reason, this one is not playing.
Saturday, February 25, 2023, 21:38 and 58 seconds.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
I'm not sure. It's on Bronson Pike. I'm at a friend's house, and I think she's having an allergic reaction.
What's the address on Bronson? Is there no way you can find her?
I don't know. It's an apartment complex.
Is there a mail with her?
With the account, I'm looking around. Just give me a second. I'm looking around. I don't know what's going on. I think she did. Give me 1 second.
Okay, are you on Donaldson Pike or are you on Lebanon?
Lebanon?
Yeah,
Lebanon. It's apartment 107.
Is it 1540 Lebanon Pike?
I don't know. It's by Burger King. I do know that. Let me look. I'm going to the front of the building to get the at the condo slash apartment. Yeah, put on the name of I'm on the front.
Okay, is there a Vasco in the corner there, sir?
Is there a what?
The Vasco in the corner?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm running. Dion,
Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike, in Ontario.
1522?
Yes. Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike.
So the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's having an overdose, is that correct?
I don't know, I think she's having an allergic reaction. We were getting cookies and cleaning, and then she said she wasn't feeling good, and now I went back to the room to check on her.
No? And what's the case we disconnected while you're getting up there? What's the callback number case we disconnected?
This number right here.
Is it 875735738?
Yes.
Okay, how old is she?
23, 24.
Okay, is she awake right now?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think she's having an allergic reaction to food?
I don't know, we got cookies and pasta. I don't know what she's done, if she's done anything today or anything, but everything was fine, and then I don't know what's happening. She got sick from her mouth and she's shaking.
So you think it's possibly a reaction to not knowing food, is that right?
I think so, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think she's allergic to anything, I don't know if she is or not.
It could be a new allergic reaction. So are you back next to her, yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay, does she appear to be breathing normally?
Yeah.
Okay, does she appear to have any difficulty swallowing?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Okay. Is she awake? No more. Any questions?
Yeah, she's awake.
Okay. So can you just gently roll her onto her side right now?
Yeah, she's on the side.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because if she's having like vomit or anything else that's coming out right now, so you just keep her under her side right now, and you can feed her sweet. You need out only what you can see of her patient's mouth. Okay. And you can wipe her mouth. Okay. Hello, sir. Hello?
Yes, I'm in the top. I'm in the top.
Okay. Okay. Can you is she able to answer if she's having difficulty swallowing or feeling any swelling in her lips or throat or face, anything like that?
No.
Okay, she's one of us.
I think one of our friends is on the way.
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
Okay.
Is there anything else I should be doing?
Okay. And then, does she have an EpiPen?
Do you have an EpiPen? Do you have an EpiPen? I don't think so. I don't think so. She's not responding.
Okay. So and one of the, so other than her just feeling kind of weak and passing out, does she have any other symptoms right now?
No, she's pretty relaxed. She's laying on her side.
Okay. Okay, does she appear to have any rash or hives anywhere on her body that you can see?
Not that I can see. And I don't see anything on her legs or on her arms, so she looks fine.
Okay. And does her condition look to be getting worse?
I don't think so. I don't really know how to tell.
Okay, no, it's like, because if she's having a reaction, a lot of times it's rash, hives, it'll be redness, her dental status could be getting worse, or breathing.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Alright, so we already have help on the way. So just
Okay.
So try not to go ahead and stay on the line, or what do I do? So I'm just going to give you the instructions. But do you need me to stay on the line with you until the paramedics arrive, sir?
Well, is there anything else I have to be doing? I don't think there's nothing else.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
Yeah, because so right now, because she's awake and grabbing, she's moving air freely. She's not struggling to breathe or wheezing or gasping or anything like that.
No, but looks like she's throwing up some.
Okay. Yeah, so you can go wipe her mouth.
Okay, I guess. I'm open her mouth.
Okay. And she's really moving air?
What? Does it look like she's freely moving air? Yeah, she's breathing, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, so we're just gonna keep her on her left side right now. We're just trying to keep her super comfortable right there, okay? Okay. All right. So just for right now, nothing for any ear frame. Just keep her in that comfortable position right now. Just have her medication there for the paramedics if she has any with her. Make sure you put some. I don't know if she has any medication. To be honest, I don't know. No, it's okay, sir. And then just see at the door to let the department in. And if you look around and see there's pizza mail, I just want to make sure, because the building that you're describing has two separate addresses. So I want to make sure they're on the same one. I don't think she has any. I mean, she got a mailbox, but it's not like it's an apartment, so it's not, because I think it's more of a P.O. box. I don't know if she keeps her mail. I don't even know if she's on. I'm not sure. Are you in the, because it looks like based on what you're describing, are you in the main large building or the smaller one? I would guess the main larger one. I mean, there's multiple floors, multiple stories. Okay, because it looks like on the map I'm looking at, it looks like 1540 is for the large building, and 1522 or 1532 is the small ones that are right next to the street. You're in the big one? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay. 54. Anything else I should be doing? Okay. No, so it's all I want you to do is continue to monitor her breathing and local sponsors for any changes. So if anything else changes, call us back. But they're on the route to 1540, left on Pine, over in Hermitage. And she's in apartment 107, cross street to Spence Enclave Way in Spence Lane at the Ontario, okay? Yes, okay. All right, so if anything changes for you, Brian, give us a call back. Yeah, it should be right there as quickly as they can, okay? Okay. All right. I think I'm here, huh? Okay, that's all, sir. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, you're welcome, sir. All right.
Clark, you can pass those documents.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Barrett, is that the only call that came in to 911 from that scene?
From that scene, yes.
Were there subsequent calls that came in that were not anyone calling from that location or at that time?
Yes.
And were all three of those calls placed to ECC by somebody at Funeral Hospital?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Good morning, Ms. Barrett.
Good morning.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not you on that call, right?
No.
So you're not the actual 911 operator. You work for emergency communications, right?
Yes.
So your role here is to kind of review the calls and pull the ones that are relevant to the case.
Yes.
So there's a whole kind of team of people that kind of handle the numerous calls that come in on any sort of night.
Yes.
And they're trained, and answer this if you can, they're trained as to how to handle calls, how to deal with people in emergency situations. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I don't know, maybe you can help me or tell the jury, they're trained with either scripts or with very specific training as to how to walk people through emergency situations?
They have 6 weeks worth of class to learn the computer and how to talk to people. However, they got 3 months of on-the-job training with a trainer sitting next to them listening to their calls to help them know how to deal with things in an emergency situation.
And I've got to imagine that these calls run a very wide range of kinds of things that people call 911 for.
Yes.
And anything from medical emergencies to, shootings to everything in the middle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so the people handling 911 calls have trainings on how to deal with all sorts of different calls. Is Is that right?
Yes,
They have trainings on how to deal with all kinds of, maybe the right word is temperament, or all kinds of reactions, or whatever the kind of state that the person on the other end is in.
the on-the-job trainer can help them when it comes up. Maybe they haven't experienced it yet. So if they experience it, the trainer can coach them in what they need to do and say.
Okay. Sometimes, I guess, is it fair that maybe almost no two calls are the same, that almost every call is different?
Yes.
Is that fair? So you indicated that you pulled several calls related to this incident. Is that right?
Yes.
Was this call that we just listened to the very first call that was made related to this incident?
Yes.
So in terms of the timeline, this was the earliest in time that was made related to the incident.
Yes.
And it was the only call that was made from that actual location.
Yes.
Now, I can't remember the exact address, it's like 1522 Lebanon Pike, is that right? Is that right?
As far as I can remember, yes.
As far as you remember, that's fair, I appreciate that. And we just heard the call and read the transcript. During that call, the individual calling, who's been identified as Mr. Taylor, provides some information and is sort of walked through some kind of instructions. Is that kind of fair?
Yes.
And based on sort of your review of other cases and lots of other calls, is that conversation fairly consistent with 911 call training?
Yes.
Early in that call, so the initial report is Mr. Taylor indicates that he thinks his friend is having an allergic reaction. That's kind of right at the beginning, right?
Yes.
And at some point, the call operator says, so it's the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's having an overdose.
Yes.
So something like that, where a call operator says, hey, I hear what you're saying, but he or she changes on their own that it might be an overdose. Is that part of training?
No.
So is there a circumstance where a call operator may listen to what's being described and say, this doesn't sound like an allergic reaction, it sounds like...
Objection, Your Honor, to speculation.
Okay, I mean, you're asking her to...
I'm asking about...
her opinion about what the operator was doing?
No, I'll clarify the question. I'm asking about training. Is it part of call operator training that they might listen to symptoms as described by someone calling and say, I'm going to change either in the CAD or in the dispatch what type of call this is?
No.
Do you know why in this call? And if you don't, you don't.
She wouldn't know why.
Okay. So, based on this call, well, let me ask this question. Does Emergency Communications maintain a separate CAD report from the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Yes.
So you have like your own CAD that generates information that's provided to dispatch?
Yes.
And so those reports have to be requested from Emergency Communications.
I'm sorry, say again.
I'm sorry. To get those reports, those have to be requested from Emergency Communications.
Yes.
As opposed to when police are dispatched, those are requested from the police department.
Yes.
And those indicate the communications between emergency and the fire department or the EMS.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Those are my questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you'll step down the hall, we'll take a short moment break. All right, and Mr. Joyner, do you have any, just so we fully, rather than a bench conference, but do you have any proof you want to offer on any issue you're alleging involves some constitutional violation of Mr. Taylor's rights in terms of the interview by the detective at the hospital?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, well, as I said at the bench, I hadn't heard any constitutional issue, even though it wasn't brought up pre-trial. Not allow that evidence in. And who would the next state's witness be?
Dr. Allege.
All right, we'll take 15 minutes enough. Okay.
Motion is 15-minute recess.
Okay, so they are going on a break. Remember, Leslie had, she popped in the chat and kind of told us that they were on break. Their 11 o'clock break for 15 minutes. She'll be checking back in at lunchtime with us. But wow. We listened to a whole bunch of calls and a whole bunch of audio that we cannot understand. So there you go. That kind of wraps up what happened this morning. Now, where the friend at? I don't know. Just bring the friend. I don't even know if we need to hear all the rest of this stuff. I know. Listen at me. Like, where is the friend? That's all I want to talk about is where is the friend? All this other stuff, don't want to know about it. But where is the friend? So hopefully she'll be coming up soon. Because I don't know what else they would need to put on for the case. I don't know. And I don't know. We heard from the OBGYN doctor, so I'm not even sure what this doctor would have to contribute, but who knows? I am going to, let's see. I can probably get us past this break, in all honesty. So I'll take us past this break.
You'll raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God?
All right, please have a seat.
Good morning, Doctor. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Michael Olushoka.
And could you please spell your last name for the court reporter?
Olushoga.
And where are you currently employed?
At Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
How long have you been employed there?
I started my employment August of 2022.
What is your position at Vanderbilt University? University Medical Center?
I am an assistant professor in clinical emergency medicine.
And what do your duties include as an assistant professor of emergency, did you say medicine?
Yes, ma'am, emergency medicine. So, again, a staff of the emergency department, and also we're responsible for clinical teaching of residents and medical students.
And as part of those duties, are you a doctor that treats patients that arrive in Vanderbilt's emergency department?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, how long have you been in that position?
So I graduated residency in June of 2021, I've been practicing as a board certified emergency medicine provider since then. But I did a residency at the University of Alabama in Birmingham, so I got my MD in 2018.
And what is your educational background before you became an MD?
I have my bachelor's of science and biology from Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee.
And are you board certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you hold any other certifications?
No, just in emergency medicine.
Approximately how many patients would you say that you've treated in the emergency department?
I can't put an exact number on it, but I mean, on average shift, I'm seeing 2.3 patients an hour, and my average shift's around 9 to 12 hours, so I can't put an exact number on it, but it'll probably be in the thousands at this point.
At this time, I would offer Dr. Olushoga as an expert in emergency medicine.
No objection. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Olushoga will be allowed to give an expert opinion based on his training and experience that a lay witness wouldn't be allowed to give. You can place such weight upon his testimony as you choose to. Okay.
Dr. Olushoga, could you please describe when you're working in the emergency department and a patient comes in, how does it get assigned to a doctor to treat that patient?
It depends on bed availability mostly, especially if every emergency department is different, but in our emergency department, if you're very critical and need a bed, whatever's available and what's open is what you're given. Yeah, essentially.
And is it just, are you the only person there, or is there a treatment team that's in place?
At Vanderbilt, we have different teams. So we have a total of 4. There's Team Nash, Team Parton, Team Lawson, and Team Lewis. And 2 teams are on the A-pod and B-pod. The A-pod, which is the pod I was working, it was Nash and Lewis. Yeah, and the B-pod is the other one, Parton and Lawson.
And were you working in your position on February 25th of 2023?
Yes, I was in the Nash team on overnight shift.
And did you treat a specific patient, Ms. Jade Benning?
Yes.
And in preparation for testifying in this trial, have you reviewed her medical records?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I would ask that the witness be handed 2 large binders.
Okay.
Dr. Olushoga, have you been able to review the records that are in the 2 binders that were just handed to you?
Yes.
And did you verify that those are the medical records of Jade Benning from Vanderbilt University Medical Center and her admission that began the night of February 25th, 2023 until March 6th of 2023?
Yes.
And is it approximately 1,331 pages of medical records?
Yes, I'm seeing 1,327, but yes.
1,327.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the two binders of medical records be made the next summer exhibit, but I would ask that this witness be allowed to retain the exhibit for reference during his
Okay,
testimony.
we'll mark them when we're finished, as exhibit 10.
No,
10?
No, 10.
Okay.
Dr. Olashuga, if you need to reference a particular page of the medical record in order to answer the questions, please feel free to do so. Can you please describe Jade Benning? What was your first interaction with her? Did you see her as a patient and or did you receive information about her prior to her arrival to your emergency department?
So I did receive information prior to our arrival. We have an EMS radio that's located on the APOD, and the pod I was working. And from my recollection, the EMS crew, they typically call in, especially if there's an emergency or even if they have any questions about a case. And I just remember that they said they had a young female who was in cardiac arrest, and they had tried some acute cardiovascular life-saving stuff, but weren't able to get a return to spontaneous circulation, and that they'll be here in a few minutes. So when I heard that,
I stop you right there. Can you explain what a return of spontaneous circulation is?
Yeah, so that's usually abbreviated as ROSC, but that essentially is when a patient is able to have a heartbeat, essentially, or function of something, of some sort. Typically, it's a heartbeat, a pulse, a cardiac rhythm, a blood pressure, vital signs. Those are all signs of life, so return of spontaneous circulation.
And you said that you had information that EMTs were attempting to get that ROSC back.
Yes.
Were they able to, prior to Ms. Benning entering your emergency department?
Not from my initial assessment of the patient. She was still clinically dead upon arrival to the ER.
I'm sorry, did you say she was clinically dead?
Yeah, like from my clinical assessment, there were no signs of life upon her arrival to the emergency department.
And when she arrived, can you describe kind of what was she on?
From what I remember, she went to one of our resuscitation bays, T4. She was still on the EMS stretcher receiving CPR. She was, like from my exam, unresponsive. Pupils were fixed and dilated, no spontaneous respirations. She had a supraglottic airway in place, the eye gel, so they were breathing for her and they were doing chest compressions on her.
And can you explain kind of what does that mean when someone's pupils are fixed and dilated? Medically, what does that tell you about their condition?
It's concerning that there is significant neurologic damage. Your pupils constrict on their own. That's not something that you do purposefully. So when that reflex is gone, that's a concern that there's been significant neurologic damage, and also that that person is not alive.
And can you describe, I guess, like her physical temperature?
I mean, she was cool. Her skin was cool. She was also mottled, like kind of cyanotic, which means she was kind of blue, which are all signs of hypoxia, which means lack of oxygen. But all clinical signs pointing that she was dead upon arrival to the ER.
Did you have any information as to whether or not Ms. Benning was pregnant or not pregnant?
So that information did come across the radio as well, that she was pregnant, but they did not know how many weeks she was.
So they knew she was pregnant, but they didn't know how far along?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell just by looking at her that she was pregnant?
I could tell only by palpating her stomach that she had. Essentially, you could feel the fundus of her uterus, which is the top of her uterus. And why that's important is it has to be above the umbilicus, which is her belly button, which tells me she's roughly greater than 20 weeks. It's not an accurate measurement, but that's what we're taught in medical school.
of going back to, you said that her pupils were fixed and dilated, and that was indicative of significant neurological damage. Do you have a full assessment of her neurological capabilities at that point on admission, or is that something that you learn more about as you're treating?
You learn more about it as you're treating, because essentially when somebody comes in and, dead, you do a quick assessment, because the priority is maintaining perfusion, which is chest compressions, making sure that blood's going to the brain, vital organs, and in this case, the fetus, as you continue to resuscitate.
And your assessment of the fetus at that kind of initial stage, what's being done at that point when she first presents to the ER?
So other than just confirming that she was pregnant, not much. When we did know that she possibly could be pregnant, I did call what we call OBET call. We have a OB response team at Vanderbilt, and they were at the bedside in the event that we were able to achieve ROSC. They could also intervene.
And what treatment did you provide to Ms. Benning?
So after she arrived to the emergency department, we continued high quality chest compressions. She was transitioned from the EMS stretcher to our ER stretcher. Chest compressions were continued, medications were ordered per our ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiovascular Life Support Protocol. And we were able to achieve ROSC, which returned spontaneous circulation, shadow pulse. She was then intubated, and after intubation, we essentially got the OB team to evaluate her fetus as we were getting better access, that means better IVs and blood pressure monitoring. And then we then went to CT scan because we were able to get a pulse back, and we were able to admit us to the ICU.
Can you describe, you said that Ms. Benning was intubated. Can you describe what does that mean to intubate a patient?
So when you intubate a patient, essentially you're protecting their airway, meaning you're breathing for them. You're putting the patient on a ventilator. The reason you would do that is because the patient's not breathing for themselves. So essentially you are creating a definitive airway so that oxygen can be delivered and carbon dioxide can be exchanged for the patient.
And can you describe typically when you intubate a patient, I guess, what's the process of how that procedure is done?
Typically, when you intubate a patient who is alive and breathing, you usually administer medications to assist with the intubation. Medications that can either basically help them become more comfortable, so that you can pass this tube, because intubation is passing a pretty large tube in their airway in order to facilitate gas exchange on the vent and oxygen delivery. That's the typical process for an intubation.
And did you administer medications when you intubated Ms. Benning?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
Again, from her neurologic exam, she appeared to be basically neurologically devastated. I mean, she didn't need anything because she had no cough, no gag. So essentially, she's not really, the likelihood of her feeling any pain or discomfort is very low. So she was intubated without any medicines.
Did you think that you would achieve a ROSC on Ms. Benning?
Honestly, no. I was very shocked that we were able to get ROSC on this patient.
And once you were able to have that return of spontaneous circulation with Ms. Benning and she had a heart rate, were you able to see what the baby's heart rate?
Yes, but it was that was done by our OB colleagues, which were already at the bedside. They did a ultrasound and were able to give me a estimated gestational age But one of their concerns was that the fetus, the heart rate was very low, which is called bradycardia, which is very concerning, and essentially the likelihood of this fetus, continuing to develop was very low. So after I got that clinical information, that then gave me basically allowed me to say, hey, let's get some more CT scans. Typically we avoid imaging in pregnant patients because it can affect the development of a fetus. But knowing that this fetus, the likelihood of this, being what we call viable, we were able to get more information, more scans on the patient.
And the treatment involving Miss Benning, at any point did you talk to anyone that had any additional information to explain why she came to the emergency room in the condition that she did?
I do remember that during, this process of resuscitation, our social worker was able to reach out to family members that showed up to the emergency department. I do remember who I spoke to specifically, but there was some mention of possible poisoning by a family member, and that was mentioned, and I do remember that.
And is that something that was mentioned directly to you, or was it provided to you by a social worker or someone else in the hospital?
It was mentioned to me, from what I can recall. But again, the events of that night were, but I do remember hearing it specifically from a family member.
And what, if anything, did you do based off of that information?
Again, I reviewed the records. It looks like we had already, labs are already ordered by the resident. I did go back and add some other things, but it looks like the urine drug screen was already ordered, so I didn't have to add that, but I might have added another blood gas. But yeah.
And you said that a urine drug screen was ordered.
Mm-hmm.
If you turn to page 66 of the medical record, were there other specimens that were collected? Specifically, was any of her blood collected?
Page 66. I do see, there's like a blood gas.
And I think it might actually be 65 and 66, but it goes into both pages.
Yes. Yes, there's actually a slew of labs that were ordered, yes.
And what was the collection time for that blood sample?
2230 and 2231 is what I'm seeing here.
And so there's a 2231 blood, is that correct?
Yes.
I think it was, order placed at 2230 and then the collection time is 2231.
Yes.
And was there also urine that was collected?
Yes.
And is that documented with its specific time?
Yes, the urine was collected at looks like 2258.
Is that the order and then it's 2259 for the
Yes.
specimen collection?
Yeah, and the specimen was collected at 2259.
And would that be the urine that initial drug screen was run on?
I believe so, yes.
And can you describe, what do you know about that initial drug screen in the ER? Is it testing for anything and everything, or what type of testing is that?
So the urine drug screen that we typically get in the ER is a finite amount of substances, but essentially it's testing for like metabolites in the urine. Yeah, so somebody might have ingested something or using sort of drugs to test for those metabolites. I have the list if you'd like it specifically, but I have the results here.
Did it come back positive?
No, it came back all negative.
And can you describe, you have this woman, she's 24, almost 25 years old, and she presents to your emergency department in full cardiac arrest, and you said that she's clinically dead. Is that something commonly seen?
Not in that age group, not usually young pregnant women, no.
And can you describe, based off of, you said that the baby had a
So the normal fetal heart rate, and what we've been taught from my recollection in medical school, is usually 110 to 160. I think I remember the OB team mentioning that the heart rate was somewhere in the 30s, so it was really, really low.
And have you ever treated a patient that came in under these circumstances where it's a young woman that's pregnant, healthy, full cardiac arrest, and people are saying she's been poisoned?
Not in my career, no.
If I can have just one moment. Dr. Olashuga, did you continue to treat Ms. Jade Benning, or what was kind of the totality of the involvement in her treatment?
Once we were able to establish that she had a blood pressure, labs were rolling in, and we got CT scans. I quickly reviewed the CT scans, and we reached out to the intensive care unit immediately because she was critically ill, and essentially we did our best to get her to the ICU as soon as possible so she can get the rest of her post-Ross care.
And would you have been the person that would treat her during the time that she was in intensive care unit?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a single photograph.
Okay.
How long, sir?
Dr. Olashuga, do you recognize what is in that image?
Yeah, it's a vial of blood used for our lab draws.
And do you recognize certain identifying pieces of information on that specific blood draw tube?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that image be entered as an exhibit exhibit. Item 12.
I would object to it coming in from this particular witness. May I take the witness on board doc?
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead with that. Just so that.
Judge, I don't have any objection to having it marked for ID,
Okay.
but I would have more questions of this witness.
All right. Go ahead. Be marked for identification.
Thank you. Dr. Olashuga, could you describe specifically, and I need the witness to have the picture back.
Your Honor, I would object to a witness testifying to something that has not been entered into evidence.
Okay. Well, he's viewed it. You have questions?
I have
He has
specific
personal
questions of the specific things on the label that he recognizes from Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Okay. All right. He can show that. He can see.
May I take the witness on board doc, please, Your Honor?
Sure.
Doctor, is it Olashuga?
Yeah.
Dr. Olashuga, were you the individual who in fact collected that?
No, I did not collect that blood sample.
Were you the individual who labeled that blood?
No, I'm not the individual that labeled the blood.
Prior to looking at this particular photograph, had you ever seen that vial of blood before?
That specific vial of blood? No, not necessarily, no, ma'am.
And so do you have any personal knowledge whatsoever in regards to that particular vial of blood?
That particular vial of blood? No.
Again, Your Honor.
So what are you wanting to ask if he doesn't know what that valve is?
I would simply like him
It's
to
like
explain.
cards, common.
I would simply like for him to explain what his staff name is, because there is
Okay,
information
well,
on
you do
there.
that without the photos. So go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Olashuga, you
Yeah.
viewed that photo, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe, did it look familiar to you?
Yeah, it looks familiar to me.
I would object to this witness testifying to a photo that has not been entered into evidence.
Are photos taken of blood valves?
You mean, I guess what's the, specifically, I'm not sure what
Have you
you're
ever
asking.
seen a photo like this before?
Not a photo, but I've seen blood vials.
Okay. What is your next question?
Does it contain Ms. Benning's medical record number on the file? Do you
Yes.
recognize that?
Your Honor, I
He
object.
can, do you know her medical record number?
It's written right here on the, yeah.
Okay. All right, let him see the photo.
Your Honor, may I have a ruling in regards to my objection?
He can look at the photo and see if that's the same medical record. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Your
May I
Honor.
have a ruling to that, Your Honor?
I said he can do that.
Is that overruled?
Go ahead, General Norman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize Ms. Benning's medical record number from the medical records you have in front of you? Is it also printed on that vial of blood?
Yes.
And you just testified to a collection time of 2/25/23 at 22:31. Do you also recognize that very specific date and time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object again to that line of questioning.
Are you going to call a witness that lets us know who collected this?
It's in the medical records who collected it, but
Are you going to call another witness about this photo?
I am. I'm going to
Okay.
call Dr. Carney.
Okay.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
What's your question that you want to ask the witness?
Dr. Olashoga, there is a stat name on that label. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Have a seat.
May I have a ruling, sir?
Have a seat. Go ahead.
Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, stat names are basically John Doe or Jane Doe names we give patients who are arriving to the emergency department. It allowed, because in a medical center, errors happen, and the way we prevent those errors is allowing the same system to happen every single time. So we arrive patients under the stat name so we can place orders. Because nothing gets done in the hospital without orders being put in by a provider or by anybody taking care of the patient.
Did you give Ms. Benning a stat name?
I'm not responsible for giving the stat names, but our flow nurse gives the stat names.
So what's your next question?
Dr. Olashoga, do you know whether or not Ms. Benning was given a stat name during her ED visit?
Yeah, and it's in my note as well. If you can look at the page 56, when patients are given a stat name, their whole chart reads their stat name until they're matched.
What stat name was she given?
Stat February, Mayonet, VUH.
It was what?
Stat.
I didn't hear what you say. You'll speak up.
Mayonet, VUH, Stat February.
Mayonet. What was the rest of it?
Stat February.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Are all of the specimen collections from Ms. Benning, are they documented in the medical record?
Yes, from what I reviewed, they're all documented in the medical record.
Thank you. And can you turn to page 562 of the medical record? I believe it's in binder number 1.
I'm there.
And do you see that there is an entry for fentanyl on 2/25/23 at 23:27?
Yes.
And are you aware whether or not that fentanyl was administered to Ms. Benning?
Looks like it was not administered. I was aware that it was wasted by the provider.
And so that was not given to her, correct?
It was not given to her.
Can you turn to page 727, which is in binder number 2?
I'm there.
And there is an entry related to fentanyl, and it indicates a date and time of 2/26/23 at 0041.
Yes.
Is that when Ms. Benning was first dispensed and also administered fentanyl?
Yes, according to the medical record, yes.
introduced myself before, but I am Letitia Quinones Hollins, and I just have very few questions for you. I want to first draw your attention in regards to what you stated as it relates to the fentanyl, so that we're clear. I think you testified that it was not first administered in the hospital until when?
I testified that, according to the medical record, she did not receive fentanyl in the emergency department until February 26, 2023, at 0041. That's when it was ordered, it looks like.
That's when it was ordered?
Yeah, and it was started at February 26, 23rd, 0045.
Was that ordered by you?
It was not ordered by me. It was ordered by it looks like a provider, Paul Francois.
Thank you. I want to now draw your attention to page 117. And specifically, I would like to draw your attention down to the bottom where it states recommendations. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And particularly, I would like to draw your attention to line 4 under recommendations. Could you read that for the jury, please?
Yes, it says recommend contacting police to conduct drug facilitated crime testing since no chain of custody testing available at UBUMC.
Do you know what that means?
Nope, I do not.
So, but you just stated that the record just says you would recommend that police conduct drug facilitated crime testing because BUMC has no chain of custody.
This is a note by another provider, but that's what I read, yes, ma'am.
And it's a note by another provider, just like the note that you previously read in regards to the fentanyl being administered?
No, that is the MAR, that's the medical record. So that's the medicines that were given. That's different than this. This is a provider note.
Do you know who the provider is that provided that?
Yeah, it says here is Dr. Bucalari.
Do you know who Dr. Bucalari is?
I've spoken to her over the phone. She's the one of the toxicologists in Tennessee. So if you ever have a tox case, you have to talk to the Poison Control Center. So I've spoken to her over the phone regarding another patient, another case.
Does she work for BUMC?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I just know I've called her, a toxicologist that I call her.
Had you called her in this particular case?
Nope.
Did you not have any reason to call her in this particular case?
Not necessarily, because I don't know what I was dealing with, you know.
So is that a no?
No, not yet. Yeah, no, I don't have any.
Okay. I would now like to draw your attention, if I may, to page 132. And you see where it states hospital course?
Yes.
And within that paragraph under hospital course, I believe it says per EMS report, she was found in PEA arrest and CPR was initiated for approximately 30 minutes prior to arrival. She received 4 rounds of epi and ROCS was achieved in Vanderbilt. And I think you just described to the jury what ROSC means, I'm sorry. And could you tell us one more time exactly what is ROSC?
Again, ROS, return of spontaneous circulation, is when the patient gets a heartbeat or signs of life.
And so it says it still remains unclear if patient was found in PEA arrest or if she went into PEA arrest during transport. There have been discrepancies in multiple histories. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Do you know whether or not that issue was ever resolved?
No, and because again, this is after I saw her in the emergency department, so I have no bearing on what's written by the ICU.
Okay, so you can't answer that question.
I can't.
Thank you. I would now like to draw your attention to page 410.
I'm there.
Could you help explain to the jury on 410 where it says comprehensive cardiac NGS panel inconclusive?
Again, I'm not familiar with that lab. This is not something I would order from the emergency department.
So you can't help us with that either?
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, I can't.
Could you tell the jury what is cardiac NGS panel?
Again, I cannot explain that. I don't order that routinely from the emergency department.
So you don't know what a cardiac NGS panel is?
I do not know what a cardiac NGS panel is.
And then if you look down a little further, it says testing performed by, and it says 123 Cerner, BUMC Cerner Lab. But then the valid date range says 11/23 of 21 through present. That would have been about a year and a half prior to this date. Do you know why that would state a date a year and a half prior?
I do not know why that would read that way.
Okay. And is that related to some lab at BUMC?
I wouldn't be able to give you any information on that. Unfortunately, it's not something I'm familiar with.
So you don't know what BUMC Cerner Lab is?
Frankly, no, I don't.
Thank you. Now, you stated that the baby was not viable, is that right?
I stated that after a conversation with the OB provider, they deemed that this pregnancy would not be viable.
Do you know then, can I ask you or draw your attention to page 126?
I'm there.
And would you take a moment to read 126, starting from the first paragraph there where it says they have heard? I mean, you don't have to read it out loud. I just want to ask you a question in regards to it. I think it's unfair if I don't give you the opportunity to read it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you see there where the OBGYN team ultimately had to contact the ethics service?
Yes.
Have you ever in your career had to contact ethics when you are performing medical services?
Yes.
And for what purpose would that be?
Typically is when there's usually difficult end-of-life conversations that need to happen, and when there's not like a delineated, when there's like not a will or a designated power of attorney. Sometimes I would have to call ethics to help me delineate what's the right thing to do, or what's the lawful thing to do as well.
And do you see there that there were several conversations that were had in regards to life-saving measures for the fetus?
Yes.
And do you also see that there were apparently decisions made that, given the circumstances, there was an expressed desire to not get a C-section or anything of the sort to attempt to save the fetus?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see in the document and the record here that there was a decision made by the next of kin or the representative for Ms. Benning for there not to be any life-saving measures for the fetus?
Again, what I do see here and what I'm reading is that there was a decision that was made that was consistent. It says as what they will feel Jade would make for herself based on chart and documentation and prior conversations. That's what I'm seeing here.
And that's the reason why the decision made. But my question was, do you see that there was a decision made?
Yeah, I mean, it sees that what I do see is that there was a conversation here with the provider, with the family about a possible decision to do a C-section, and looks like they chose not to. That's what I'm saying here.
And then you see then that as a result of that, BUNC contacted clinical ethics services.
I couldn't say as a result of, but I do see in this documentation here that there was a discussion that was had with ethics. I can't say that that was because of that. I can't make that connection myself.
But you will agree with me that it's directly related in regards to this paragraph talking about the child in that decision.
Yeah, that is a possibility, yeah.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Taylor was ever consulted in regards to the decision regarding that fetus?
Again, I work in the emergency department. I was not privy to any of this care after the emergency department.
Do you see within, if you'll go back to page 125, right above consultation, you'll see that the mother's surrogate decision maker was Bridget, which is Jade's mother. Father and step parents were present for this consultation and shared decision making. Do you see Blaise Taylor's name anywhere there for the decision making?
No, ma'am, I do not read that in this chart.
Okay, thank you. You had stated, if I could just have a minute. And I'm going to mess up the name, that's why I'm trying to find it, but perhaps you can help me. Are you familiar with the specific drug named Suseclium? It is a drug that is utilized to help with intubation.
Could you spell it out for me?
S-U-C-C.
Oh, succinylcholine, yeah.
Thank you, succinylcholine.
Yeah.
You always have, you guys' names are challenging. Do you know whether or not that was utilized in order to assist in the intubation of Ms. Benning?
No, she did not get that medicine in the year.
It is your testimony that she did not receive that medication?
To my knowledge, no.
Is it to your knowledge, or is it your testimony that she did not?
It's my testimony that she did not.
And the reason that I ask is because you had stated earlier that there was no need, I think you stated, for.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only reason, tell us why you would utilize that medication.
Again, typically patients who are alive and breathing, they usually still have reflexes because their brain stem's intact. So even if somebody's alive and breathing and unconscious, and you need to, protect their airway with an intubation, if you were to insert a blade into their mouth in order to lift up the tongue and epiglottis to look at the vocal cords to insert the tube, they'll gag, cough, there'll be vomit, and it'll obscure your airway. So typically what you do is you give an induction agent and a paralytic. Usually etomidate is an induction agent, succinylcholine is a paralytic, in order to make sure that they can tolerate the procedure. But again, she did not have any signs of life, was neurologically devastated, she had no cough, no gag, no pupillary reflex. She was intubated without any medications.
Thank you. Can I now draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 5? Maybe witness that State's Exhibit number 5. You have it in front of you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Doctor. And Dr. Olashaga, I want to take you to the section where it says narrative. On the first page.
Yes, I see it.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Then I would like for you to go down to 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down.
Okay.
And specifically to start at the sentence, the patient's boyfriend. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please read that sentence for the jury?
Yeah. It says the patient's boyfriend stated the patient was 4 months pregnant. No other medical information was obtainable.
Okay. You can stop there. Thank you. And do you see that this is in fact a report from NFD, Nashville Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see the name of the individual who authored this report?
I see
Crew member.
Andrea Agrawal.
Okay. And so you see there where it actually states that the boyfriend, in this case who would be Mr. Taylor, actually did tell the fire department just how pregnant Miss Benning was, according to the statement.
He's just read it, so he doesn't know anything else.
Thank you. And then, if you would turn the page, sir. And Doctor, if you could look under where it says vitals.
Yes.
And do you see the section where it says CO2?
Yes.
What is that?
So end-tidal CO2 is another, basically it's another, I wouldn't call it a vital sign, but it's an indication of the quality of your chest compressions. Basically, again, you breathe in oxygen, you breathe out carbon dioxide. So if you're doing good quality chest compressions, your end-tidal CO2 should be high because you're breathing out carbon dioxide. If you're doing terrible chest compressions, it would be low, which means that you're not doing a good job circulating oxygen with your compression. So that's another marker of how good is your resuscitation, how good are your chest compressions. And also if you have like an airway, because if it's super high, could it be that your airway is in the stomach and it's picking up gas from the stomach? So it's just a marker of how good is your resuscitation.
Meaning how good you're breathing, how good oxygen is coming in, correct?
Not how good oxygen is coming out, it's how good are your, and in this case, if it's used appropriately, how good are you circulating oxygen? Are you picking up that CO2 with your, once you're doing your bagging? Like how good is the CO2 coming off?
Okay. You say the CO2 coming off. Coming off of what?
Usually the end-tidal is connected to the BVM, the bag that they use in the bag, the patient. So it's connected to the tube that's going into her throat. Yeah.
But these are things that are measured on Miss Benning's. Would you agree?
That's what it appears to be from this document. Yeah.
And if you look at those numbers, specifically the numbers 69, 70, 113, 99, 100, 93, 93, 86, and 80. Those would be good quality numbers, would you agree?
They're high, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I want to talk to you about someone's, specifically Ms. Benning. If she was described as having the ability to say things like, you put something in my drink. Nye, Keontae. In other words, she's pronouncing words. Some of them labored, some of them not. If a person is able to talk, would you agree with me that they would have to be coherent?
Not necessarily, because drunk people can talk and they're not coherent sometimes.
Well, maybe I'm not saying that right. If a person is able to enunciate words, would you equate that to someone who is dead?
No, typically not.
Would you equate that to someone who is completely non-responsive?
No, if they're able to enunciate words, I would not equate that with that.
Would you equate that to someone who is able to breathe?
Actually, yeah, some people who are not able to speak are still able to breathe. Yeah.
But someone who is able to speak surely is able to breathe.
Yeah, typically, yeah.
And that's all I have for you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
We read the room.
Dr. Olashuga, I'm going to kind of start with the last thing that she talked to you about and go backwards. Can you go to page 562?
I'm there.
And Ms. Collins was asking you, or page 562, that's the page that we referenced with the 2327 on 22523 fentanyl that Nurse Alyssa Smith that was dispensed, but it was not administered.
Yes, looks like it was wasted, yes.
And can you turn to page 567?
I'm there.
And on page 567, is there an entry for the medication that Ms. Collins was asking you about?
Yeah, I see it.
And is that time the same time as when the fentanyl was not administered?
No, it says this was administered. This was ordered at 2/26/23 at 12:15 a.m. That's when it was ordered, and the fentanyl looks like it was the day before, so 2/25/23 at 11:27 p.m.
Okay, so those are two separate things, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
The
so,
question said the medicine Ms. Hollins asked about.
yes,
Why don't we clear up what that is?
SUCCINYLCHOLINE. And how do you pronounce that again?
Succinylcholine.
Thank you. And so that was administered at a much later time at 2/26/0015, correct?
Yes.
And also, if you look down to entries, there are entries for fentanyl, which coincide with when the fentanyl was actually administered to Ms. Benning. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you did not order those medications, correct?
No.
And so if they were administered after she went to the ICU, is that surprising to you?
No, it's not surprising.
And if you can go to page 125 and 126. to yourself?
Okay.
And you weren't involved in that neonatal consult, correct?
No, I was not.
At the top of page 126, there's a reference that multiple providers have advised the family that sustained a anoxic injury given the arrest's impact on mother's neurological status, and they agree with that concern. The doctor says, I agree with that concern. And they say we do know the fetus appears to have been affected by the peri-arrest fetal heart rate in the 40s.
Yes.
And on your direct testimony, when I was asking you questions, you said that because the fetus is...
Object to the leading nature of the questions.
What is your question?
Can you explain what you know about the fetus's heart rate being as low as you described?
What I do know is that when you have a low heart rate, especially in a fetus, that is not that means the chance of viability of that pregnancy is low. So that means that the fetus is going to have a lot of issues and it's not going to make it.
And that note indicates that multiple providers are saying that, correct?
Okay, what is your non-leading question?
And I'm gonna also object to this particular doctor opining on the fetus, when he stated before that he had nothing to do.
Okay, well, you can recross if you want to. What is your question?
I don't have any other questions regarding this issue, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Olashuga, can you go to page 59 of the medical record?
I'm there.
And can you describe what time did Ms. Benning arrive in your emergency department?
At 2206.
And can you describe specifically when you intubated her?
She was intubated upon arrival, so around 2206 as well.
And so that is what time she got to the emergency department, correct?
Yes. Usually there might be a little lag just because of nursing, charting and stuff, but that's, yes, around that time.
So 2206, 2207.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, just a few brief questions, Dr. Olashuga.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to take you back to page 126.
Come here.
If you go down to the first paragraph, line 8, starting with I offered,
Yeah.
could you read that sentence to the jury, please?
Yeah.
Is this him saying this?
It's a record that's in evidence, Your Honor.
Is this him saying this?
No, it is not. Can you please read that?
It is, you made it an exhibit, so you can have him read anything you want.
I actually wasn't allowed to.
I didn't object to her
Is
reading.
this asking about an opinion that you were objecting to?
No, it's not asking about an opinion, it's asking about a position and an offer that is a record, that is an exhibit, that is in evidence that
I
I'm
get
asking
that.
you to read.
Okay.
Could you just read that sentence, please?
Okay, it says, I offered intervention in the form of delivery resuscitation with the goal of having an opportunity to evaluate Peanut for potential impact, and they have felt that intubation and resuscitation could cause unnecessary suffering. It feels.
Thank you. And then you stated on direct examination that succinyl choline, did I say that right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You stated that it wasn't given to her at all on direct examination, did you not?
Yes, for intubation. I did not give that medicine.
No, I didn't ask if you gave it. I asked, was it given? And you said no.
I said, to my knowledge, it wasn't given for my intubation.
I thought I clarified if it was to your knowledge or if it was given at all.
Do you have another question, or you want to argue?
So that was, in fact, that medication was given, wasn't it?
According to the medical record, it was given and it was prescribed by another provider. Again, I had nothing to do with that.
And again, can you tell us what succinyl choline is?
It's a paralytic.
And it is utilized for what?
It's utilized for multiple things, but in my prescription, I usually use it for intubations. But it's used for other things. Sometimes it can be used when patients are having trouble ventilating. So if you're on a ventilator and you're moving or jerking, sometimes it can be given for that, or it can even be given for like CT scan. Because if you need a CT scan, you need to be still. So sometimes they do that as well. But there are multiple reasons for the medication.
Can a person be still if a person is non-responsive and in a coma, aren't they still?
Not necessarily. You can also have like seizures, especially after a cardiac arrest when you have a neurologic injury. It's not uncommon that patients have a lot of seizures. So yeah, they can have seizures.
So are you stating to this jury that that's why this medication was given at this time?
No, ma'am. I'm saying to the jury that succinyl has multiple uses.
Can you see there why it was given?
I do not see here why it was given specifically, no, ma'am.
So you can't say that it wasn't given for intubation?
I can say it wasn't given for intubation because I did the intubation and we did not give her any medicines for intubation.
Good.
And it's a one-time procedure. It's not something that happens again because the tube's in her throat. So it's not taken out and put it back in again.
But it is a paralytic.
Yes, succinyl is a paralytic.
Okay. And it is to help patients not to feel something.
Nope, it's to help the procedure, a procedure. Again, it's to paralyze the muscles. In the case of intubation, it can be used for that, but there are multiple uses for succinyl.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize if I can have just one brief follow-up. Dr. Alicia, can you turn to page 119?
I'm here.
Midway through the page of 119, there's a blue line that says history, and underneath that it has a reason for a consult. Can you explain, do you know what that reason for consult is?
It reads myoclonic jerks and anoxic burn injury. There is a reason for consult.
Can you describe what is the myoclonic jerk?
Yeah, so like myoclonic jerk is essentially like it's like, best way I can describe it is it's just an involuntary movement of like your extremity typically, but it can happen anywhere. You can have it in your face, you can have it as an involuntary jerking motion. Yeah.
And is that one of the reasons that they might get that medication?
Yeah. Yeah, especially if the jerks are uncontrollable. Sometimes you have to paralyze the patient, unfortunately. But yeah, especially when you do like an EEG, which is like encephalogram, where they check for any seizure-like activity, which is very common after a cardiac arrest. They try to do further evaluation as the quality of the brain and all that stuff.
Thank you.
One last question.
One last question.
Can you tell this jury that that is why some clothing was given to Ms. Benning?
I cannot. I don't know why it was given.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, so you can leave all of that there, and we'll get it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch. Remember what I've said about all admonitions, not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it. We'll get back here at 1:20, so you can step down the hall. Okay, you have a seat. Who would the next witness be?
It's going to be Lauren Weber.
Trying to anticipate things, asking this because of what's already been asked. Can either side explain to me whether the family's decision not to have a C-section is relevant?
No, Your Honor, I do not need to go.
If I may, Mr. Taylor is charged with causing the death of a fetus as well. So anything that could affect the fetus's viability and or
You're going to
life.
argue to this jury that the fetus may have lived if it had a C-section.
I don't know what the evidence is going to come out to be.
I'm talking about, that's your purpose for asking that.
That was the purpose for me asking the question.
Sometimes I give advice to lawyers, but I'm not here in this case. Sorry, we'll be in a lunch.
Going to the lunch recess.
Dang, I was really hoping that the cameraman panned the right way so we could see the famous lady in pink. Shout out to Leslie. Wow, I can't believe that. She says that the jurors they're very attentive. They seem attentive. Okay, got it. Oh, man, I don't know. They annoyed with my girl. Oh, I bet you it's my girl that's doing all this stuff up here. Oh, no. Oh, don't do her. Don't do her like that. Yeah, the judge been upset with the defense. Like, oh, man. Don't do it like that. Oh, gosh. I don't want that to be like that. How long did they say for the break? I missed it. Y'all know y'all know I missed it. I was trying to look at something else. Like, yeah, so she'll probably go live stream. She typically she'll probably be on once we get off, if that makes sense to any of you guys. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on. Okay, let me check this out real quick. Y'all know we do have our other trial that they should be doing closing statements, and I don't even know why they got to do closing statements. They just really should just go to a guilty verdict, but whatever. Let me see what's going on there.
They find Soraya's body.
Let's see if we need to head over there for a little
the
bit.
The most callous way possible. And he goes to, this is a girl, very intoxication.
Let me see.
Verdicts for lesser included offenses is not intended to relieve you of your obligation.
Okay, I don't think we have to do the actual, we wouldn't have to do technically, in my opinion, guys. I wouldn't even be worried about doing jury instructions for this one. But if y'all want, well, I guess because we are on lunch here, we can either stay here and I could talk y'all half to death, or we can go and start a new stream and go over here and watch our closing statement so we can be in verdict watch for Zachary, Zarias, I don't know, Zarius, ZZZ, Goofy Man. Can you say douchebag? Hildebrand, like, I don't know. So, and it looks like whatever we watch in regards to the closing statements, we can watch the closing statements kind of on a 1.5, if that's okay, guys, for the military marriage murder trial. And that is the Alaska trial versus Zarius Hildebrand. Our current trial with our current trial is on lunch. Yeah, but I think that I think that there's gonna be like, I think like the friend got to be coming up. Like they better not make me wait till tomorrow talking about some friend tomorrow. I'm probably gonna be hot. Yeah, only because I know we got multiple things to take care of, and I don't know, unless y'all just want to pass on the closing arguments, but I'm sure it's going to be a quick verdict. You say, girl in the bin, I vote for. Right, Victor? So I think what we'll do here, give me a second. Only because I don't think they're going to be deliberating long. So let me get us a room set up. Did anybody catch how long? Yeah. Did anybody catch how long we are supposed to be at lunch? If not, I can rewind it and kind of check it out. Yeah, and then I'll keep an eye out on this on this trial, because I definitely, when she get on the stand, I want to be right on the stand with her if she come. Like, when she get up here, I want to get up there. I want to be right there when she get up here if she testifies today, which I can't see her not. It's almost 1 p.m. there. Did you see what time they coming? What time they coming back? Seeing, you know what time he told them to come back? Let me go listen to it. Let me rewind it. Wait a minute. That way I can just stop asking.
Trying to anticipate things, asking this because of what's already been asked. Can either side explain to me whether the family's decision not to have a C-section is relevant?
No, Your Honor, I do not think so. If I may, Mr. Taylor is charged with causing the death of the fetus as well. So anything that could affect the fetus's viability and
You're going to argue to this jury that the fetus may have lived if it had a C-section.
I don't know what the evidence is going to come out to be.
I'm talking about, that's your purpose for asking me.
That was the purpose for me asking the question.
Sometimes I give advice to lawyers, but I'm not here in this case. Or excuse me, I'm not
Yeah, the judge about had it. He like, is there any reason at all that questions being asked in regards to the family's decision regarding having a C-section was brought in or questioned?
19 was given to Ms. Benning.
trying to anticipate things, asking this because of what's already been asked. Can either side explain to me?
Was given to Ms. Benning.
I cannot. I don't know why it was given.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So you can leave all of that there and we'll get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, we'll have a break for lunch. Remember what I said about all admonitions, not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it. We'll get back here at 1:20. So you can step down the hall.
Did y'all catch that? Did he say one? He said one something. Did he say 120 something? I think so. I don't know. Actually, when we talking about the judge, I don't know if I don't like the judge. I can't even say that. Yeah, I can't even say that I don't like the judge. Like, I think that he real hardcore. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on. He not playing about that. You couldn't hear him either? I couldn't hear it either. I don't know. I have no clue what time. Let's see here. You didn't hear him either? I don't think nobody heard him. I think because he was standing up at the same time. I heard one, but I didn't hear anything else with it. And right now it is like we may have maybe like 30 minutes before we go in there. Well, we had some TiVo time, so we were like maybe 30 minutes behind. So that may be why it's so close to it. But I'm assuming that they either gonna be back at let me see. Cause I know when Leslie first came in the chat, I can scroll back up. When she first came in the chat, that's when they originally went on lunch. We just had some TiVo time, so we were still kind of like in the courtroom feed. So let me see. Yeah, on break for lunch. That was at 10:27. Yeah, so it looks like they probably come back about 11:30 Pacific time is what I am guessing. So I'm assuming probably like 1:30. Yeah, I'm thinking about 1:30. I don't think 1 o'clock. That may be too short. Yeah, but I think that what I am going to do, I mean, we'll stay here in this trial. I won't move us. I'll just watch for verdict watch for the other trial. But I think that I am going to close this and open up a new one. A new room is what I'm saying. Sorry. At 1:30. Yeah, and then once we get done, if a verdict does come in, then I'll let you guys know. But Leslie, like I said, she should be streaming before we probably get off. So I will redirect us over to her stream once we are done, so she can give us the rest of her insider information of what she saw in the courtroom, and kind of go from there, if that's okay with everybody. And let's see here. And as far as our testimony today, I don't think there's any testimony that I really need to see again, but I could tell y'all what I wouldn't mind looking at for a little bit. Just bear with me. You know, for all the haters in the room, don't be a hater. Hate the game. Nah. I just kidding. But I am going to get this room set up. But guys, you know, let me do this for just for I ain't gonna say for shit and giggles, but it could be kind of for shit and giggles. Okay, depending on where you at.
Nashville.
I mean, if I'm gonna be sitting here, we gonna be on break, I might as well look at some eye candy and listen to his testimony again. Oh man, I know, gentlemen, I know. Don't worry, if we get some women up here that you got Google eyes for, Frank, any of you gentlemen that's in here, Vic, let me know. And we can rewatch their testimony if it's worth rewatching. Okay? You know, ain't no shame in my game. I try to cater to all. But you know, hey. If I gotta look at somebody's testimony, I want to look at he was very he kind of gave us the leeway in regards to how that evening went, because remember, he was one of the last people that seen her, you know, before everything happened. I keep wondering in my mind, was the drink given to her when he was there and he just didn't know? Remember, he didn't drink anything. They just kind of went and got their meal and went off. And this is the best friends, most likely boo with benefits. But yeah, let's listen to some of his testimony. I'll get the room set up so after lunch we can get in there. Okay, here we go.
I came down here for school.
And what school was that?
Meharry Medical College.
And what medical degree are you pursuing?
Doctorate of Dental Surgery.
Where did you go to undergraduate?
Grambling State University.
And when did you graduate from there?
I graduated in fall of 2021.
And when did you begin dental school?
I began dental school fall of 2023.
When you came to Nashville, did you already know anyone here?
No, new person in town.
Did you live on campus or close to the Meharry campus?
Did not live on campus, but I'm in close approximation to campus, yes.
What is your current status as a student at Meharry?
I'm going into my 4th year of dental school.
And how much longer is there to go?
A few more months.
When you came to Nashville, as you told us, you didn't know anyone here. Did you meet fellow dental students and or other people here in Nashville?
Yes, sir. Met quite a few people.
And was one of those individuals Jade Jackson?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to know her?
Hanging out with different people in our class. Went out a couple times, got lunch, things like that, and then we developed a friendship.
Was she also a student at Meharry?
Yes, sir.
In the dental school?
Yes, sir.
Is she still in dental school?
Yes, sir.
Did you come to know at any time a young lady named Jade Benning?
Yes, sir.
And how did that come about?
Through being friends with Najee, just, I guess, developed like a mutual friendship in that sense.
Did you know Jade Benning prior to being introduced through Najee Jackson?
Never met her a day in my life.
So did you know anything about her other than perhaps what Miss Jackson may have told you?
Only thing I knew about her is what was provided to me through Miss Jackson.
You recall, I'm not asking specific dates, but approximately when you would have met Miss Benning for the first time?
If I got here in 2022, became friends with Najee approximately 4 months after I moved here in September, let's say I started to know Jade like beginning of 2023, maybe like February-ish of 2023.
And on how many occasions prior to the date we're going to talk about here in a minute, February the 25th, 2023, how many times approximately would you have seen Miss Benning?
No more than 2 or 3.
And was that ever just you and Miss Benning?
Never.
And what sort of settings?
We would be like in a group setting. Yeah, never alone, never personal hangouts, anything of that nature.
Have you ever been to her apartment?
No, not until that day.
Until the day we're going to talk about?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever communicated with her via text, email, or?
I don't even believe I had her number. I don't think I even had her number.
Now, did you know anyone named Blaise Taylor prior to February the 25th of 2023?
No, sir.
Had you ever heard that name before?
Heard of him. but never was familiar with him. I didn't even know what he looked like.
And what was the context of knowing the name?
Simply just knew that this is who Jade was soon to be having a child with.
And again, did you receive that information straight from Ms. Benning or through Ms. Jackson?
No, through Ms. Jackson.
Let's move on to February the 25th, 2023. Do you recall the events of that day?
Yes, sir.
And prior to the evening, do you recall anything about what you were doing during the daytime?
I believe that day we had just left the library from like studying. I know, yeah, we had just left campus from studying.
And who is we?
Myself and Isaiah.
So y'all were fellow students?
Yes, sir.
Same class?
Yes, sir.
Same courses?
Everything.
Okay. So, we'll pick up there. You finished studying. It's in the afternoon, is that correct?
Yeah, probably about 6 or so, maybe 5, 6.
Okay. And what were your plans for the evening?
I had plans to go home and get ready to hang out with some of my friends. And then I was informed that there was an invitation to perhaps get some food at Jade's house that night.
And was that information from Ms. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Now, in those days of being in college, free food, was that?
It sounded like a good idea, man.
So, anything out of the ordinary? Was anything unusual about that, really?
No, I mean, I knew Jade was a chef, so there was nothing abnormal that she wanted to cook for her friends or anything of that nature.
Had you ever been to the restaurant where she worked as a chef, where Ms. Benning worked as a chef?
No,
Or had eaten her cooking?
never.
So, offer was made. So it sounds good.
Sounds great.
And what, if anything, did you do after that, as far as getting to where the food was?
I think we may have went to my house, parked my car, and then from there, Najee and myself rode in her car to Miss Benning's house.
And who drove in Ms. Jackson's car?
She did.
She drove?
Yes.
Anyone else with you? Just
No, just us two.
at that time, did you know where Ms. Benning lived?
No, I just heard she had just moved into a new apartment, but I was not familiar with the area or, specifics as to where it was.
Did Ms. Jackson drive you to what turned out to be Ms. Benning's apartment?
Yes.
Recall approximately what time you arrived?
Like 7:30-ish, maybe.
This time was just a routine evening so far as everything that you knew.
Just another day to me.
Any reason to be keeping track of time,
No,
directions, or anything?
not at all.
When you arrived at the location, what did you do?
Get out the car, go to this address that we were sent, which obviously was Miss Benning's house. At that point, we knock at the door and we wait for a response.
And was there a response at the door?
Yes.
From that point on, tell us what occurred. Who, if anyone, opened the door?
Jade opened the door.
And what was her appearance or demeanor when the first time you laid eyes on her that evening?
She was in good spirits. I can't remember necessarily maybe what she was wearing, but I'm assuming it was loungewear. She was at her house in the comforts of her own home, so assuming loungewear, but appearance and everything, she was in good spirits. She was excited to see Najee and even myself at that time. I think we may have hugged, and she welcomed us into her home.
And, I mean, to be repetitive, but was that the first time you had ever set foot inside her apartment?
First time and only time.
From your memory, can you describe anything of what it appeared as you stepped over the threshold into her apartment?
Normal, calm evening. I remember there were, there was small conversations, obviously, maybe some catching up and things like that. But to me, everything seemed normal. There was some food that was just getting done, being prepared. I know when I came in, she wasn't like still hustling around the kitchen, making anything. It was just a calm setting with a pot to the right of me as I walked in. Ahead of me as I walk in is a living room, and just calm evening.
Was there television on, music playing, anything?
I do believe there was like music playing in the background, yes sir.
This time we talked about 3 people being there.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anyone else besides you, Ms. Jackson, and Ms. Benning?
Yes, there was a gentleman there, yes.
Had you ever seen that individual before in your life?
No.
Were you introduced?
I was introduced, yes.
Right. And who was the person?
I was then at that point introduced to Blaise.
Right. Did you have a last name at that time?
I can't recall. I don't think so.
Let me just ask before we move on. Is the individual that you met for the first time the evening of February the 25th, 2023, here in the courtroom?
Yes, he's here.
Did you indicate to that individual and perhaps tell us an item or 2 of clothing he's wearing?
I see Mr. Taylor. He's wearing a blue suit.
Did you indicate which individual?
Gentleman to the right of me.
All right, that's the record to indicate he has identified Mr. Taylor. First time you've seen Mr. Taylor, you've heard his name before, correct? I'm sorry, you have to answer.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. Can you describe how he appeared in first impression of what you saw?
First impression, nothing really seemed to strike me as off-putting. Seemed like a decently put together gentleman. He was quiet for the most part. And yeah, like I said, nothing really caught me off guard about meeting Mr. Taylor for the first time.
And you, I believe, referenced some sort of small talk or getting caught up. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Taylor?
If I did, I can't remember. Probably just guy talk, how you doing, something like that. Maybe talked about sports or something of that nature, but nothing overextensive.
When you first saw Mr. Taylor, what, if anything, was he doing?
When I first saw Mr. Taylor when I came in, he was kind of, like I said, to himself, quiet. He was like shuffling some cards, playing with what I believe at the time was like some Uno cards or something like that. And yeah, that's pretty much what he was doing, to himself, quiet, maybe chimed in a few times in the conversation, but just to himself.
And he told us about cooking and there being food prepared, and was that for you to take, at least some of it?
Yes, yes.
Were there any indications of anything else that was happening in the apartment?
As far as what, can you clarify that?
Just have the food. Did you see anything else that indicated that there was any activity that they were going to be engaged in?
Yeah, at that time there were like some canvases out, and when further questions were asked, it was told that they were going to be having like a paint night.
And understand, if at all, what the purpose of the painting was?
To my knowledge, these paintings were supposed to be for like the baby's room.
And was there, maybe you said canvas, was there paint and other items that would go with that?
I mean, paint brushes, stencils, things of that nature, yes, sir.
And where were they?
On the kitchen island as well with the canvases.
Did you see any, talk about there being food, any type of beverages, any drinks?
Yeah, I saw like there was some like a glass out, maybe a glass or two. and had like some juice in it or something like that. But from what I can remember, that was all that I saw as far as like beverages.
You remember anything about what color the beverage was?
Some sort of pink juice.
While you were there, did you consume any beverages?
No, I didn't drink anything.
Were you offered anything to drink?
I was. I think I might have been offered maybe some of the juice or either water, but yeah, I wasn't thirsty at the time.
Did you see any alcoholic beverage in sight?
Not to my knowledge that I can recall, no.
Just says, how long were you there approximately?
At most 30 minutes.
During this time, did you sit down, watch TV, or were you standing the entire time?
We were standing the entire time, never sat down, no sir.
And during that time, what, if anything, did you observe Mr. Taylor doing other than shuffling the cards?
Didn't necessarily observe him doing anything, like I said, peculiar. I guess there were conversations that were asked as far as to what was going to be like painted. And within those conversations, I remember Jade saying that she was going to be painting a butterfly. And Mr. Taylor, when asked that conversation, I don't want to quote anything wrong, but it was more so something like an ominous and dark image. Maybe he was going to be painting like a dark hole or something like that. I don't know.
And did the butterfly reference mean anything or have any significance to you?
It did, just for the simple fact that at that time, through knowing Jade, I knew that that was her favorite animal.
You're there, the small talk, the catching up. Did you and Miss Jackson at some point leave the apartment?
Yeah, we leave after about, like I said, about 30 minutes, 40 minutes most. We were not there for a long time. And then, yes, after we had our conversation, got the food plated and everything, we left.
During the time that you were there, do you recall whether any one of the four of you were on cell phones or doing anything like that?
No, not to my knowledge. I feel like everyone that was in the room at that time was pretty present in the moment. I don't think there were phones that were, I don't think anyone was on their phone much.
You and Miss Jackson leave. Was there any sign to your observance that there was anything out of the ordinary?
No, not when I left, not at all.
Okay. And as far as Miss Benning, was her mood the same as when you got there?
Yeah, she was same Jade. She was happy, bubbly. She, said it was good to see us. And as we left, there was nothing that would have made me presume that, anything was wrong with her.
Were you able to visually observe that she was expecting?
I think at that time, I think she was showing a bump a little bit. I believe so.
Like you said, you already knew that anyway.
Yeah, I knew she was pregnant. Yes, sir.
Where did you and Miss Jackson go after leaving the apartment? What happened?
At that point, we go back to my house, in which, like I said, when we left the library, that's where we initially went to drop my car off. So we go back to my house, and I think she was at my house for maybe like another 40 minutes or so while we were eating, things of that nature. And then from there, after about 40 minutes to an hour, she leaves because, as I stated, I was getting ready to hang out with some friends later that evening.
Let me ask you, so did you eat the food at your apartment? I mean, you and Miss Jackson?
Yes, we ate at my apartment.
Okay. Anything unusual about the food?
No.
Was it good?
It tastes pretty good, yeah. Nothing unusual.
So, does Miss Jackson then leave your presence?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after Miss Jackson left?
After she leaves, I carry on with my evening. I get dressed. After I get dressed, I go to my friend's apartment to meet them there, and that's where, yeah.
Okay. So, while you're at your friend's apartment, were these also fellow students? Or
Graduates, yeah, they were graduates.
So, while you were there, does anything unusual occur?
At that point, I get a phone call, a very frantic phone call from Najee, pretty much, you know, panicking. I can tell she's in distress. She's crying a little bit, and I'm trying to ask her what's going on, and all I can really get out of her is like, "Is something wrong with Jade? There's something wrong with Jade. There's something wrong with Jade."
And were you able to comprehend what was wrong, or?
At the time, no, but I think as I kind of maybe got her to calm down, or she calms herself down, she ends up telling me that, like, Jade.
Okay, I'll just take it, Jeff.
So, she's frantic, calms down, is able to communicate with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do based on that communication?
At that point, I'm on the phone, and now that things have been clarified as to what's going on, she lets me know that Jade wants.
His question was basically, what do you do next?
What do? I stay on the phone.
Okay. And who, if anyone, was on the phone?
Najee, I think I get merged with Jade.
Yes. And so there's then a three-way.
Three-way conversation.
Were you able to hear the voice of Miss Benning?
Able to hear the voice to make out what was being said? No.
And what, if anything, did you describe the voice you heard of Miss Benning?
Soft, faint, not within the same coherence of the voice that I had previously just heard an hour ago. It was like we discussed earlier, just the fact that it seemed like she was in distress.
How long did that three-way call last that you were on?
No more than 2 minutes at that point. I think the call might have dropped or something of that nature.
So to say, did you hang up or?
No, I didn't hang up. She was no longer on the phone with me after 2 minutes.
Before you said this, did you have any idea at that time what was going on?
No, I didn't have any idea as to what was going on. Just there was two people I knew in distress.
Did you call 911 or?
No.
And why not? You told them.
I really don't know what I would have been telling them to do had I called 911. I didn't really know the severity of the situation.
The call drops.
Mm-hmm.
You must actually at separate locations, I think.
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, did you do after the call dropped?
After the call drops, I believe I give Najee a call back, just trying to confirm what's going on. She tells me that she thinks.
Don't have to say what she believed, but did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
Okay. And following that conversation, what, if anything, did you do?
I carry on with my night.
Right. At that time, did you have any idea if there was anything that you could do or needed to do?
No, except be there for support.
Well, we'll get to that part. I'm when you finished the call, did you learn that you might be needed to go somewhere for support?
Yes. After that call, the second call we're speaking of right now, yes. At that point, I knew I might be needed somewhere later in the evening for support.
And did that in fact turn out to be true? That you?
It did indeed turn out to be true.
And where did you go?
Vanderbilt Hospital.
And let's say, Why did you go there?
Because at this point I had learned the severity of the situation that was occurring with Miss Benning.
And that you would have been one of the last people to see her,
Or speak with her, yes.
to speak with her.
Both, yes.
When you arrived at the hospital, where did you go?
I pull up and park right in front of like the ambulance dock at Vanderbilt, and I was instructed to park in the garage that is right across the walkway.
Who, if anyone, did you see there that you recognized?
At that point in time, I don't believe there was anyone outside that I knew, but I did eventually go and meet with Najee.
And where was Miss Jackson when you first saw her at the hospital?
Either coming down the stairs in the lobby, if I can recall, more so like the lobby, the main area, right inside of the emergency room.
Do you recall approximately what time it would have been when you arrived at Vanderbilt?
In between 12:45 and like 1:30 a.m.
At any time while you were there, did you see the gentleman that you had met earlier in the evening, Mr.
No.
Taylor?
Never, no, didn't see him at all.
Did you, or were you allowed to visit and see Miss Benning at the hospital that night?
That night, no. I did not see Miss Benning that night.
Did you see or speak to any police officers that night?
No.
As the days went on, did you go back to the hospital?
Yes, I went back to the hospital, I believe the next day when like the family and friends arrived, again, for support and just because at this point, like I said, the severity of the situation. And then I believe I went back a final time for her birthday.
Was that a larger family gathering?
That was the day that it was decided that the plug was going to be pulled.
Since that night, evening, when you left the apartment, have you seen or spoken to Mr. Taylor again?
No.
What I was getting around to is being personally in the presence of Mr. Taylor, that's not occurred, has it?
No.
Okay. As far as, ask about phone calls. Were there any telephone or cell phone communications where you were involved that Mr. Taylor was on the line?
I believe on 2 instances the night that, things transpired on February 25th.
Yeah, okay. And that's what's around to those conversations. How did that work? Let's talk about the first one.
So the first one was that initial phone call when I was told that, something was going on. I get on the phone with Mr. Taylor and I simply just ask him like, yo, what's going on? Like, is everything good? Like, please tell me you didn't, something didn't happen in that, at the house. And he answers me and says that, no, nothing happened. He doesn't know what's going on.
And you described Ms. Jackson's tone of voice and what was Mr. Taylor's tone?
I could sense a little bit of panic in his voice, kind of just, I don't know what type of panic, but there was some sort of like panic in his voice.
Now, was there a second communication?
Yes, so
Mr. Taylor?
the second line of communications happens while I'm at my friend's house. I think Najee calls me back, and I can hear her and Mr. Taylor, like, you know, going back and forth with each other. This is now currently while they're at the hospital again. I'm not there, but I'm at my friend's. And I hear them going back and forth with each other. I think she's telling him, like, stay away from her, X, Y, and Z. And so I ask her at that point, like, put him on the phone. And when he gets on the phone, I ask him again, I'm like, yo, listen, like, please tell me you didn't do something to that girl. And he again states that he didn't. He doesn't know what's going on. I again reiterate that question and say, bro, please tell me, like, you didn't do anything to the girl. And again, his word is that he doesn't know what's going on. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything to her. He swears on it.
And what was his tone or demeanor?
Again, like, there seems like a little bit of uncertain panic that's going on in his undertone. Like I said, I'm no detective or anything, but like I said, I feel like there was some sort of panic that was perhaps in his voice.
And is that the extent in the final conversation that you had with Mr. Taylor?
That would have been the last time I spoke with him, yes, sir.
You and Ms. Jackson are still in school together, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you know any of Ms. Benning's family or relatives prior to seeing them there at the hospital?
No, just heard of them, you know, word of mouth, but I never met them or anything like that.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Questions on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
Here, so I am going to, remember I said I was going to open up a room for part 2 of this. I am trying to see something so I can get a second alert going out here so we can see if we can get more friends over here. It's like, I don't know what I did today and what I did wrong, but I clearly was not coming up in like the feed for streamers that were streaming this. So I'm trying to try something out here with a stopping and starting streams after 4 hours. Like taking an actual lunch break. So here I am going to put the link for the new room in the chat, guys. And I'm putting a link for the new room in the chat. But I do have it set up for a redirect, so once I end the stream, it will take you over there. But just in case you get lost in the sauce like some of us do, you can always come back and click the link. They should be, I think they may be back they may be back. I'm not sure. And I'll check and see if they are back once we get over there. Okay, sounds like a plan. All right, can everybody make it over there safely? Put on your seatbelt. Yeah, they're back. Okay, yeah, put on your seatbelt. Go ahead, click the thing. I will see you guys over there, and we'll start our afternoon session. All right, peace.